Welcome to the January 21st meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals. In accordance with the governor's orders suspending certain provisions of the open meeting law, this meeting of the Falmouth Zoning Board of Appeals is physically closed to the public in order to avoid group congregation. There are alternative measures in place providing public access to the meeting. The meeting is being televised as usual by FCTV. And real-time public comment can be addressed to the Zoning Board of Appeals utilizing the Zoom virtual meeting software for remote access. The application allows users to view the meeting and send a comment or question to the chair. For Zoom login instructions, you can go to www.falmouthma.gov/ZBA. From there is a link to the Zoom virtual software app. And you'll be placed on the attendees list, and at the appropriate time, and I'll address that shortly, you'll be able to provide public comment. We'll introduce the board at this time. My name is TJ Hurry. I'm the chair of the board. Ken Foreman is the vice chair. Bob Dugan is the board's clerk. Ed Van Kuren is a full voting member. Scott Zielinski is a full voting member as well. We have Mary Berry, who is an associate member, and James Morse, who is an associate member as well. Also with us tonight is Noreen Stockman, who is the zoning administrator, Ashley DeMello, who is the recording secretary for the night. We also have Justin Shanahan from the Falmouth IT department, who's helping us out, and our friends at FCTV as well. The Zoning Board of Appeals is charged with applying the zoning bylaws for the town, and we consider requests for special permits, variances, and appeals as provided in the bylaws, which have been approved by town meeting and the Attorney General's office for the Commonwealth. All decisions the board makes are made through the public hearing process. The board's goal is to hear testimony from the applicant and from the public, and also to allow a full and fair discussion of a project prior to rendering a decision. To begin each hearing, the clerk will read the public announcements of the hearing and then present any pertinent information from the file, such as referrals from town departments and summarizing correspondences to the board. The applicant or the applicant's representative will then have 15 minutes to make a presentation, and time may be extended by vote of the board. The board will then question the applicant, and the public will be invited to comment as well. We remind you that public comment should be directed only at the project itself, and we ask you to please refrain from making any personal or derogatory statements. Public comment can include an opinion in favor or in opposition, or it might just simply be a question about the nature of the project itself. All members of the public wishing to speak will be using the Zoom virtual software. You'll be in the attendees list, and at the appropriate time during the hearing, we will open it up to public comment. We ask you to click the raised hand function, and we'll just wait to be recognized. We'll elevate you. We ask you to please state your name and address for the record, along with any question, comments, or concerns you may have. And again, if you're just joining us, the instructions to log on are at www.falmouthma.gov/ZBA. And again, from there's the link to the Zoom virtual software. The board will then either close or continue the hearing when the board is satisfied that enough information has been presented by testimony and in the file to make a decision. A motion and vote of the board, the hearing would be closed. In the alternative, we may continue the hearing to a future date and time certain. After the hearing is closed, no more testimony may be taken. And as for board discussion and decision, the board may then further discuss the project among ourselves and make a motion to deny or approve would be made and voted upon. The motion will include a summary of key findings and conditions. An affirmative vote of 4 members, which is a supermajority, is required for approvals of motions on special permits, variances, and appeals. A split vote, such as a 3-2 vote, would be under Massachusetts general law. If a special permit is denied, the applicant cannot return to the board for 2 years unless the project is substantially different. So turning to the agenda for the night, we do have public comment. We have 3 continuations, 4 new hearings, and a few items on our open meeting agenda. So first up is public comment. This public comment period is meant for anything that is not on the agenda. So if there's anyone out there wishing to comment on something that is not on the agenda, go ahead and hit the raised hand icon and we can elevate you in a moment. If you are on Zoom to provide public comment for a hearing, just stand by and wait. I'll make that announcement at the appropriate times. Okay, I'm not seeing anything for public comment that's not on the agenda tonight, so we'll go ahead and move on to our continuations. Up first, we have application 644 Grand Ave in Falmouth. And if we could elevate Attorney Clower, please. Attorney Clower.
Good evening, Chairman. How are you? Members of the board. For the record, my name is Kevin Clower. I'm an attorney with Ahmet Clower Law Firm here in Falmouth, and I do represent the applicant, Deidre Carl, trustee of the 44 Grand Avenue Realty Trust. We were here before this board about 2 weeks ago, and there were some minor changes requested to the plans, which have been made and submitted. On the site plan, there was an errant porch that was shown that has been removed. And we did meet with Rod Palmer to discuss the egress, and an additional door has been added to the site plans, providing a second means of egress from the garage. I'd be happy to go over the pertinent facts if the board would like, just as a reminder, but otherwise, if there's, I can address any questions that you may have.
So we are in receipt of everything, Attorney Clower. If you'd like to move it to board questions, we can certainly do that. All right, and the voting members on this are myself, Ken Foreman, Bob Dugan, Ed Van Kuren, and Scott Zielinski. Ken, do you have anything?
I don't.
All right. Ed?
I have no questions.
Okay. Scott?
Just so I'm clear, the way it's been described by the building commissioner is there's still no, other than that jumping out a window on the second floor. That's the only means of egress if that one egress from inside the upstairs is blocked by, say, fire.
So my understanding of the conversation was much like many homes, there's only one stairway to an upstairs area. There are two forms of egress from the first floor. My home only has one stairway into the upstairs area.
I understand. Is that written anywhere, or is that just an at-time decision by him, or is it written anywhere that I could look up?
I don't know the answer to that, sir.
We did get an email from.
Sure, I think
that was an opinion. I want to know if it's written anywhere and that's what the case is. I'm just curious.
Yeah, so we did get a copy of the State Board of Building Regulations and Standards, a page from 780 CMR, referencing R 311.1, which discusses the required means of egress. And it was the building commissioner's opinion that with the addition of the extra door, person door exiting the garage, that would provide the second means of egress that would satisfy the requirements.
So that would be listed as, say, a finding, that it was his determination at the time.
Sure, we can do that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Attorney Clower.
Thank you, Scott. Bob?
No question. I was going to ask the same thing Scott did, only because I think we had requested at the last meeting that the building commissioner actually send us something in writing on what the difference is between the change where this is now allowed and the other one wasn't allowed. So I know there was a conversation. I know that the administrator might have been there, but in the future, I think it's difficult for the board to rely on conversations without having something in writing. So, we may want to make sure that we have something written from the building commissioner describing what his decision was, exactly what the change should be, and why he made that decision. It's easier to reference. We can reference tonight the 780 CMR 311.1, but it still doesn't give us any basis on why the commissioner decided this change meets this project and may not have, met something else.
Thank you, Bob. All right, we'll turn it to public comment. If anyone out there has a question, comment, or concern regarding this project, go ahead and click the raised hand button on the Zoom virtual software, and we will get to you shortly.
Mr. Hurry, one point I'd like to mention is actually with the removal of that porch, the lot coverage by structure is reduced even further down to 24.5%, because it was at 25.0 prior.
Thank you, Attorney Clark. All right, I am not seeing any raised hands, so I suppose back to the board.
So, Mr. Clower, just for confirmation again, that's gone down to what, 20?
Let me look at the plan to make sure I'm getting it exactly right.
I know it's 25.8 down to 25.
Yeah, it is now down to 24.5.
24.5. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Any follow-up questions from the board?
No.
All right, seeing none. How'd the board like to proceed?
Motion to close.
All right, motion to close by Scott. Is there a second?
Second it.
Second by Ed. Roll call vote. Ken?
Ken Forman, aye.
Ed?
Ed Van Kuren, aye.
Scott?
Scott Zelinski, aye.
Bob?
Robert Dugan, aye.
All right, so the hearing's closed, passes unanimously. And how would the board like to proceed with the project?
A little bit of discussion, please.
Sure.
All right, so I'll give that to Scott. And Bob, you want to second that?
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Both came in at once on my end anyway. All right. Move on to findings.
Well, no,
I'm sorry, I asked for some discussion.
Oh, I'm sorry, Scott. All right. Go ahead if you want. I'm sorry.
I just think that this if this is the way that the building commissioner is going to proceed with things, I would tend to agree with Mr. Dugan that it has to be more defined, because we always think about things in the aspect of appeals. How would we testify with appeals and all of that? And the more information we can have in writing, the better off we are with as many cases as we have, to have some definitive information in the record in writing for that event is my personal opinion going forward from this. I don't know how everybody else feels about it, but I don't remember every single case and every instance where an applicant meets with the building commissioner without the purview of the board being present. And I just think that's a lot of pressure to put on our administrator to have to interpret what she heard at a meeting. That's it for me.
Thank you, Scott.
Also, if we're requesting the information, in this case, we actually did request the information come from the building commissioner, just like we do any other referral. I have the same concern Scott does. If this was a situation that went to an appeal, we have nothing to base it on because we've given no complete text to go by. What was the change? Why is it this an allowance here? And we need that. So in the future, I think if this comes up and we don't have the information in front of us, we should probably consider at that point to continue a hearing and then have that information submitted. If the building commissioner decides he doesn't want to do it, he can send us something in writing saying he doesn't want to submit it. But at least we're doing our due diligence to find out what's going on with the projects. We've had this come up a lot where certain things aren't in the files. And it's harder for us during COVID now because we're dealing with all the files at home in review. But many times I go through the files here and I expect to see things and they're just not there. There's no description. There's just a check mark or they don't have the information. So when we're dealing with any of these projects, especially with something where you're dealing with a detached structure that's going to have some type of living space in it, I just think we have to have all the detailed information in advance. It's not the
Yeah, but Bob, I wouldn't hold the applicant in this instance responsible.
No, and in this instance, I wouldn't because again, he's gone and he tried to get the information.
He did.
It falls on the building department more than anything else. But it could come to a situation where an applicant has tried to do this, and we may not be able to go forward because we need additional information that just wasn't submitted. And there's been 2 weeks, so there's really no reason why we shouldn't have gotten something in.
I agree with both you, Bob and Scott. I think for this application before us tonight, I think if we were inclined to approve it, we're relying on that printout of the CMRs that the building commissioner passed along to Noreen. But I agree with both your points, absolutely.
So all you guys are saying really is if the building commissioner had sent this printout and a note signed by him that said, citing this section of the CMR regulations, I believe they have satisfied the egress requirements, you'd be happy.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I don't think that's asking too much. I would agree.
All right.
In the future, not even in this case, Ken.
Yeah.
All right. Anything else for discussion? Anything else for discussion?
No.
My internet doesn't seem to be the greatest right now. All right. Well, is there a motion?
So motion to approve with conditions?
Second.
All right. Motion approved with conditions made by Bob and seconded by Ed. Findings.
I would certainly put in the statement made by, given the conditions, the fact that we didn't get it in writing, I would certainly put it in the findings that that was a determination of the building commissioner in this instance that met a certain criteria for his decision. So however that needs to be worded.
Then we could put that this is a raise and reconstruct. There's a main house, and then there's a detached garage with living space above. It has current nonconformities of a front yard setback at 18.3, side yard on the west 5.2, on the east 3.4, rear 7.9. They're getting improvements to all of those. The front yard setback will now be 28.8. Side yard on the west will be 8. Side yard in the east will be 8.1, and the rear yard setback will improve to 10.2. Current lot
They have a
coverage
reduction too, don't they?
Yep, and current lot coverage is 25.8%. That is going to be reduced to 24.5%. Plans were revised to show the removal of a deck on the second floor of the garage. They're going an increase from 4 bedrooms to 5, but they're proposing a 5-bedroom septic system, and they're showing a reserve area. They are in flood zone, so they're going to be raising the first floor of habitable space to 3 feet above the existing grade. Applicant has said that the room above the garage will not have any cooking facilities. Property is being used as a single-family use.
trampoline outside the window,
Yeah, for the extra jumpers.
just in case.
We could put that there is a, because engineering is going to be asking for sediment controls, but that's due because the lots there are tight with the budding properties.
Say that again?
Yeah, engineering is going to be asking for sediment controls because the size of the parcels are very close to the abutting properties. So the properties that are there now are tight, so they're going to be requesting that we put in erosion and sediment controls. Due to the small lot with structures that are very close to abutters.
Right. Anything else for findings?
Oh, also they received a waiver for the demolition delay bylaw from historic.
Don't they have to connect to town water too? Or are they already connected?
Well, it's a private sewer. I think they may be connected to town water. I'll have to go over the referrals again because it's been a
Well,
while.
the plan says water service to connect to town water main.
I think that's probably because of the new, wait a second.
They probably have to switch it. They have to move it for the septic. And reconnect it is what it looks like. And it's beyond, even in the reserve area, it's beyond 10 feet, so it wouldn't have to be sleeved. That looks like it, huh?
Yeah, I don't see anything from the water department. I know let me see if I can find it in the file. Hold on.
Well, they would have to reconnect. That's why they would have to reconnect because it's a raise and reconstruct. So
No, I guess my
it's
question.
disconnect on record and a reconnect on record per permit.
Yeah, but I think water department also usually asks for a separate line to the garage structure versus coming off of the house. Noreen, isn't that usually a common thing with the detached structures? They ask for a,
Yeah, separate water line. Yep.
And I don't even see one on the plan.
no, and I don't,
Yeah, we are in the process of transitioning to a new water superintendent. So if there was a referral, it may have been from the DPW director.
Yeah, but if we're going by per plan
Right.
and this gets approved, then how does that affect them going for a permit after the fact? If it's not in this findings, in these.
Yeah, no, it would be my understanding that they would require a separate water line service for the garage.
So we could write, that could go into the decision.
Right. So I think what we could do is, require that they meet with the water department and, follow whatever regulations the water department requires.
and then they would have to revise the plan as such, correct?
Or just identify it, yeah, on the plan.
Yeah, I think that if there is a new water service, that they would probably want to have that referenced on the plan, for the building permit.
So Noreen, because maybe it was an oversight, because there was no referral at all from water, and I know they are going to change the water superintendent, how would you like to word the finding? And then how would you like to word the condition?
So I think for the finding, I would say that, it's typical town practice that a detached accessory structure would have its own, it's their requirement to have its own
Water service.
and that, for the condition that you just require that they meet the conditions of the water department.
There was a referral from
Mr.
the
Chairman,
water.
isn't this hearing closed?
Yes, it is. So we can work that condition that they meet with the water department.
Works for me.
All right. Anything else for conditions?
Well, we haven't done, so now we're on conditions. That was the findings.
Oh, my apologies.
So for conditions, so we'll start with so 240-3C, 240-69E, 240-216, not substantially more detrimental. We're gonna have to condition the soil erosion and sediment control standards. Let me get the wording for you. So construction of the project shall follow the soil erosion and sediment control standard conditions. References Department of Public Works Engineering shall be replaced with the Zoning Board of Appeals, who will be the permitting authority for the project. Also condition upon section 99.1, affixing of legible numbers acquired and time limit for compliance. And then condition that the applicant shall obtain an approved driveway permit and post any required bond with the engineering division prior to start of construction. And the applicant shall complete the work as approved by the engineering division and the driveway permit. Condition dry wells, and they're shown on the plan for water runoff. Dry wells are to be connected to roof leaders. Inspections of the roof drain system is to be done while the dry wells are exposed, with the stone around them, plus a final inspection to make sure all the downspouts are there according to the plan. And that's going to be a new condition we're going to be using on most of the dry well issues. We need to restrict the living space over the garage to no cooking facilities. We're also going to have to restrict the property to single family use. New Title V should be installed for 5 bedrooms.
Bob, is
The
that,
existing curb cut too has to remain per plan.
Bob, is that deed restriction then on that?
Well, we'll have to deed restrict the cooking facilities
And the single family?
in single family use. Let me just check if there was any other. In the findings, can you add that the Conservation Commission voted to approve the project under a -2 determination RDA?
And also your finding is that they have removed that 4x8 deck that they had originally planned.
Yeah, but we have the revised plans that show all that, but we will need a revised plan to show the water service represented. And then we'll have to condition that they meet with, like you said before, with the water department for water service to the main house and a separate service to the detached garage.
Who's making those decisions now, Noreen? Do you know? At the water
So,
department.
yep, we do have a new hire.
again, Bob, in all fairness, if there's nobody for these people to contact, it's
No, I understand.
pretty hard to restrict the applicant to
They'll
go
have-
there and somebody ghosts them over to get this all done.
So if we don't have the specific name, then I would have them contact Peter McConaty.
Well,
He can assign
they-
because you have to have a separate water service to the other unit.
Yeah,
It's been
the-
required on every property.
Yep, the new water superintendent is Cathal O'Brien.
thank you.
All right. Bob, are you searching for other findings there?
Yeah, just put something just under the findings that the engineering division had mentioned that the driveway alterations that had been previously admitted would not be approved because a portion of the apron between the driveway for this parcel and the abutter has to be closed. And they gave an example of what would need to be done.
I know, but it's on the plan.
Well, no, it's on I don't know.
Yeah, it says on the plan, existing driveway curb cut opening to remain and be used for the new driveway. So when we hit them with per plan, that's already identified. It shouldn't, doesn't that fall under as per plan?
Yeah. I mean, basically engineering is saying that it wouldn't be approved the way it's shown. And this notation was in there before from the previous meeting.
So you could just state that they have to comply with engineering's requirements regarding the driveway.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, we condition it on the driveway permit, so I think they're giving them a heads up. If they go by this plan, they're gonna require a change.
All right. Anything else?
That's all I have.
All right. Anything else for either findings or conditions? Anyone?
Oh, sir.
All right. So that was a motion to approve with conditions made by Bob and seconded by Ed. We'll do a roll call vote. Ed,
Ed Van Kuren, aye.
Bob,
Robert Dugan, aye.
Scott,
Scott Zelinski, aye.
Ken,
And Foreman, aye?
and TJ Hurry, aye. So the application passes unanimously with conditions.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your time on this tonight.
Thank you, Attorney Clower. Okay, up next, we have the continuation of application 59-20 Kelly, 165 Acapesket Road in East Falmouth. And for this, I believe Mr. Kelly himself. There you are.
Yes, good evening.
All right, and the voting members on this are myself, Ken Foreman, Bob Dugan, Ed Van Kuren, and Scott Zelinski. All right, Mr. Kelly, go right ahead.
Okay, this project located at 165 Acapesket, which is my primary address, my only address. At our last hearing on December 3rd, you had 6 questions for me that Ashley DeMello kindly forwarded to me. I supplied you with some information on those. I'd be happy to read those off and give you the answers as I go, and you can interrupt me anytime with questions.
Sure, go right ahead. And we'll
Okay,
hold off to questions for after.
Okay, that's fine. You asked for ridge height on the addition. The ridge height is, and I just had this redone, the plot plan redone by my engineer. So this is done as of January, if I can read this correctly, I think it's January 6th. Yes, it is. So as of January 6th, here are the readings. The ridge height is 29.6 feet, the elevation from the mean elevation, the mean grade. You asked for deck dimensions. They were 6 by 11 as designed. And the setbacks are 30.9 feet from the foundation to Gary Ave, and 28.5 feet from the deck, from the corner of the deck to Gary Ave. And again, from the corner of the foundation to Acapesket is 31.9 feet. You also asked for a copy of the email from Scott McGann with regard to the septic system. And you should have that also before you. But he gave that, he made the referral initially on 7/26/19, but he restated that December 8th of 2020 for this hearing. And if you'd like, I can read that to you. I don't know if you have that before you.
Sure, we have it, but why don't you go ahead and,
Okay, it states, my original referral from 7/26/19 stated that the house with the current septic system can have no more than 3 bedrooms, and the proposed would have increased the bedroom count to 4. Recent plan shown to me by the owner framed a cased opening on one of the bedrooms, eliminating it as a bedroom due to the lack of privacy. With a cased opening, the house would then have 2 bedrooms, and the proposed additional bedroom would be the 3rd bedroom. Therefore, a new septic system would not be required as the property is not increasing flow or increasing beyond 3 bedrooms. I'd like to also add to that, even though this wasn't one of the questions asked, was at our last hearing on December 3rd, you had asked me to pencil in where I could put an expanded leaching field. I went a couple steps beyond that and had a leaching system fully engineered, which should show on the plot plans that you have. And that would still, it's a 4-bedroom system, but I have no need for 4 bedrooms. I do have a need to replace the small bedroom, which will be a cased opening. I have a need for that as an office space. So it will continue being a 3-bedroom residence. There's the pumping records you requested. I have 2 of them. Both of my companies, the one I use, Falmouth Cesspool, they were recently, I don't know how recently, but they were under new ownership now. So I don't have the actual slip. They sent me a signed document stating that I had it pumped 12/17/18. And then just recently, as of June 3rd, Gracie came in for the contractor and pumped the system down so they could make the connection from the addition. So that was done on 6/3/20. And that's all I have on those questions that you forwarded to me.
all right, very good. So, Mr. Kelly, we'll turn it over to board questions and see if we have anything. Ed, any questions?
No questions.
All right, Bob.
No questions. Thanks.
Okay, Scott.
Mr. Kelly, the last inspection, functional inspection for that septic was done in 2006, correct?
That's correct, yes. That was a pre-sale inspection.
All right. And you have a 4-bedroom system designed. In the event that system failed and you put a 4-bedroom, would you then consider coming back before us to add a bedroom to this permit?
No, I have no need for a 4th bedroom. I have a need for office space, so that's what that's going to become. I have a very small bedroom, and that's what's going to become the office. That's why I'm casing that. I'm casing that as a 4-foot opening.
So you would have no issues with the language of the permit being drafted to reflect that, right?
None whatsoever.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Scott. Mary, anything? I know not voting on this, but if you have any questions.
I do. And I may not have all of the different plans in front of me, but are there 2 offices now? Is that what
No,
you have?
I
One
have,
in the addition and one in the main living area?
no. Currently, my office is where I'm sitting right now at the dining room table.
So I'm looking at the old plans, which of the bedrooms has become an office? Was that the one on the second floor or whatever it is on
The
the?
one labeled bedroom number, the one
Excuse me?
labeled bedroom, the one labeled bedroom number 3 on the old plan would
Right.
become the office space. That's the smallest bedroom.
Okay, and what about this proposed living above the garage? There's an office over there too? Are there
Well,
two
that,
offices?
no, that was going to be the office until I spoke to Mr. McGann. And he said that he would allow that to become a bedroom, which would give us a larger bedroom in lieu of this smaller bedroom, which would become the office.
And is that, I'm a little confused. There's two of you and you're living in two different places within the house, or
No,
did you
no.
make the office that was in the area of over the garage into a bedroom? Is that what you're saying?
That will become a bedroom because it's larger than the bedroom that will become the office.
And could you give me tell me how big your area above the garage is, that addition that originally was not going to be habitable, and your existing dwelling? Can you tell me the size? Is the area above that garage bigger than the existing dwelling?
As far as square feet goes, no.
Yes.
The square footage of the living space above the garage is about 1,030 square feet.
Is it 30 by 36?
That's the exterior dimensions, yes.
And is that the space above the garage?
Yes, it is.
And how big is the existing dwelling? 34.3 by 24.2?
That's according to our records. It's approximately 1,620 square feet.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Ken, any questions?
I have no questions. I thought Mr. Kelly did an excellent job of addressing the board's issues.
Very good. Thank you, Ken. All right, and my questions have already been answered, so we will turn it to public comment. If there's anyone out there who has a question, comment, or concern regarding the project, go ahead and click the raised hand icon, and we will get to you in a moment. All right, I'm already seeing one. If we could elevate Catherine Hurdle. And Catherine, if you could just give us your address, please, and you can state whatever question, comment, or concern you may have. And you're currently on mute, so you would have to unmute yourself.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
Hi, we can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
We can.
Okay, good. Good. This is Catherine Hurdle at 4 Lieutenant Pafford Road, East Falmouth.
So, Catherine, we're getting a little bit of feedback right now. Do you have multiple applications open, or are you watching us on TV as well?
No, I'm watching it on TV as well.
All right, so you'll have to either mute or turn down that volume.
Put it off. Turn it down. Is that better?
All right, all set.
Okay. Well, I have two comments to make. One is Mr. Kelly was supposed to remove a existing platform that is yet to be removed. And another thing is his outside deck lighting is supposed to be downsided, and it reflects into our rooms.
And the septic.
Okay, and Ms. Hurdle, what do you mean by an existing platform?
On the original plan, the existing platform on the right side of the house was supposed to be removed. It's 6x8 platform, I believe.
Yeah, so Mr. Chairman, just for clarification, so our original permit that we gave to build the garage with the unfinished space required that a platform on the north side of the property be removed. So they did build the garage, but they didn't remove the platform. Because that was for the prior permit and we're modifying this permit, we could condition it that that platform be removed prior to the building permit for the interior work.
Okay. Anything else, Ms. Hurdle?
Yes.
Ed, how about the lighting? Could you address that, please?
Sorry, I had a little bit of feedback, but that was about the lighting.
Where are these lights on the plan? Maybe Mr. Kelly could clarify that.
Sure, Mr. Kelly, go right ahead. Could you tell us about any lighting you may have on the house?
Yes. Yes, sir. This is deck lighting. The deck lighting has been on the house since the 1970s. They had the old style floodlights, 2 lights per fixture. I replaced those with LED lights. They shine down as far as you can shine them. They are less obtrusive than the previous lighting, and they put out less lumens than the previous lighting. They're for the, like I say, they're for deck lighting. So, and with regard to the platform, I did bring that up last hearing and asked the board that I'd be allowed to keep those in through the remainder of the construction. As I spoke to 2 of the contractors, actually 3 of them, 2 of them were sheetrocking contractors. They both said the same thing, that access through the existing breezeway would be very, very difficult with sheets of sheetrock. And my HVAC contractor said the same thing and asked if we could keep those stairs in place until the construction was finished.
And lift the sheetrock up onto his deck.
So, Mr. Kelly, regarding that, putting the sheetrock through, so can you describe on the plan then how they're proposing if you use that platform? It seems like the platform is on your deck. Is that correct?
Yes, the platform is on the deck. It comes into the first floor living space. There's only 4 steps to get onto the deck. And then it's a straight shot right into the addition. Whereas if you come up through the breezeway from the outside, the breezeway is only 10 feet wide. So you come in through the open breeze. I'm sorry.
According to the plan that you show of your first floor, if you're coming in from the deck, is that correct?
All right, we're talking the existing house now, not the addition.
Correct, the existing house. You've got a floor plan on here that says off of your deck is the kitchen and there's a bath.
Yes, that's correct.
So you're saying you're coming through the sliders on the deck into the kitchen,
That's correct.
then going through the kitchen into the next section and then up?
Yes.
Well, your dimensions on the mudroom, which connect directly to the outside, seems like you have the exact same leeway to bring stuff in and out as you do having to go through the kitchen.
Well, coming in through that breezeway door, there's a closet opposing that door.
So if you carry the sheetrock straight in
Right.
and stop,
Then you have to make a 90-degree left turn to
and then
go
you
up those
just
5
turn and go up the
steps.
stairs.
Right.
All right.
The fact is, they're gonna lift the sheetrock up and bring it in through his slider upstairs.
No kidding. You can say that.
Yeah, go ahead, tell him.
Oh, we can hear you both, Ms. Hurdle.
Oh,
Sorry.
God.
No worries.
It seems to me that he could have brought the sheetrock in through the garage, the new garage,
Oh, no, the
It
deck
seems-
above.
or the deck
It seems
above the
to me-
garage.
And
It
that's what
seems
they're
to me
going to do.
Mrs. Hurdle is not aware of my project at all.
We are aware of your project.
Okay, Mr. Kelly and the Hurdles, public comment is just for questions. I don't want to get into arguments back and forth, especially online. Do lose a bit of control over the hearing online versus in person. So I'll be looking to move this along. Ms. Hurdle, do you have anything else to address with the project?
No, that was it. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. All right, anyone else for public comment? Any questions, comments, concerns? Go ahead and click your raised hand and we can get to you in a minute. All right, I am not seeing any additional public comment.
Mr. Chairman, may I just ask one question?
Go right ahead, Scott.
Mr. Kelly, I was thinking the same thing on numerous construction sites. Those sheetrock trucks have an ability to load out of the second floor. A lot of times I've seen people remove windows and go 4x8 sheets through the window right into the second floor. I'm just curious why you didn't entertain that.
Well, I agree with that, what you're stating there. The deck is only 6 feet wide. So the railings are, I forget if they're 36 inches high. So you've got a 10-foot sheet of sheetrock, or you've got a pallet of them. And to go up and over that railing, and then within 6 feet, you have to drop it down to go through the sliding glass doors.
So that's easier than lugging it around a 90 and then upstairs.
Well, I don't see how you can get them in. These are 10-foot sheets of sheetrock. I don't see how you'd get them in with a 6-foot wide deck. You'd have to drop them down below the railing to get through the doorway, the sliding glass doors. This was something that was asked of me from 2 sheetrocking contractors that I entertained.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And thank you, Scott. Any other follow-up questions from the board right now?
Well, I guess I'm wondering if there's something that can be done about the lighting. Maybe a different type of fixture put in that will redirect that lighting so that it doesn't really leave the deck. It's a question for Mr. Kelly.
Sure. Mr. Kelly?
Again, these are brand new lights. They're less lumens than what I replaced. What I replaced were 150 watt light bulbs, and there were 4 of them. These are, again, low profile. They're turned down as far as they can be turned. They're on adjustable arms, but they don't adjust as far as the old light bulbs did. And even those, she had complained about those to me several years ago when this was a weekend place for 9.5 years. A couple of times we'd left the house and left those on accidentally. She had called us about them very nicely, and I've replaced those. I don't know how else I could do it without. I just don't know what the answer to that would be. They're up on under the soffits of the house. And to confine the light just to where you want it, I think would be just about impossible.
Could the issue be that you're using
lights on the back of their deck also? When they're on, I see their lights. It's just impossible. They have a deck.
I guess my question, could the issue be that you replaced an updated light, but because it's an old fixture, it can't adjust? Because I know I've done that on some old fixtures, and I actually had to change the fixture because you couldn't adjust like you could with the old light bulbs.
No, these are brand new fixtures. These are brand new fixtures that were just installed.
Okay.
Okay. Anything else from the board? All right, seeing none. Has the board received all the information we need?
Yes.
I'm assuming that we would condition this upon on the removal of that platform at the end of construction.
Right. So do you want to have a discussion prior to closing the hearing?
Yeah, why don't we do that, at least on the platform? I'd rather have the platform removed prior to construction. It was supposed to be removed on our previous permit. They just chose not to do it. And, Scott's been around, I've been around, I've dealt enough with sheetrockers in time. The explanation just doesn't make sense to me that, you want it just to carry stuff all through the entire property and you can't make a turn or you can come through another area. So I would be more interested in having it removed prior so that it meets the prior permit. And then the sheetrockers deal with the entry the way they have it now.
Okay, anyone else? So regarding the space, the proposed space above the garage, no, it's a decent amount of square footage, especially comparing that to the original size of the house. I do have some concerns about privacy. Do you think we would have to deed restrict this, similar to the last application that we had?
Yeah, I think we'd have to deed restrict it to the amount of bedrooms, to single family use only, and also no cooking facilities.
Mm-hmm.
What's a little, I guess, odd on this kind of an addition is that the garage is the square footage of the foundation, and the size of the garage is actually bigger than the main structure. It does look odd when you're, going down the main road. It comes off a lot bulkier than it does on the plans.
The applicant stated that he would be all right to have language in the decision that it would be restricted to 3 bedrooms, correct?
I believe so.
Yes.
I just wanted to make sure we had a discussion about it before getting to the findings and conditions. All right. Anything else before we close the hearing? All right. Would anyone like to make that motion then?
A motion to close.
I'll second it.
Motion to close by Bob, and I'll give this second to Scott. Roll call vote. Ed?
Ed Van Kuren, aye.
Bob?
Robert Dugan, aye.
Scott?
Scott Zelinski, aye.
Ken?
And Foreman, aye.
And TJ Hurry, aye. So the hearing is closed. How would the board like to proceed?
So I do a motion to approve with conditions.
Second it.
All right. Motion to approve with conditions made by Bob and seconded
Second.
by Ed.
Oh.
I think Ed chimed in before you,
That's
Ken.
okay.
We'll get you next time. Findings?
So this is a modification of prior permit 50-19. This is a permit to do interior work only. They've applied to finish off the area above the garage into 1 bedroom, a den, a bath, a fireplace, and it says a wet bar. Applicant has stated that it will not be a separate living unit. They are going to be modifying bedroom number 3 in the main home to a 4-foot cased opening to eliminate that as a defined bedroom, which will allow the bedroom over the garage. The bedroom count would be 3. They did submit a Title V inspection report, pump out records, and showing that I think it was of Leachfield area. I think we should put in findings that there was testimony by abutters requesting that the platform on the north side of the house be removed as per the prior permit. And there was also testimony by a butter that they are having some lighting issues with deck lighting shining into their home. Applicant stated that he put new light fixtures on the deck to replace the ones that were there. There was a revised plan submitted. The original plan that we received, I guess put as a finding, we never received an as-built on the prior permit as required. The plan submitted on this application would be accepted as the as-built for the prior work. There was a modification on that plan, putting a basement entry off of the garage and also eliminating the stairway from the garage into the house.
May I ask, how did we not have an as-built with the original?
So the as-built was a requirement as part of the permit, and we were never supplied one once the garage was done.
So my question is, if we asked for that or required it and it wasn't done, are there any consequences to doing that? Because it sounds like we are once again doing a retroactive type of a situation here. Is that true? Is that common?
So I have been having conversations with the building department. Part of my intention is that they would require these items that we list as conditions to be submitted prior to a final sign off. So we are in the process of having the building department add these conditions into their computer records so that prior to the final sign off, they're requiring or checking for our conditions.
And is it also true that there was something that was approved by the building commissioner that was not something that we had approved?
I'm not familiar with what you're referring to.
I thought there was,
So there's
yeah.
they added a basement under the mudroom, and they changed the stairway entrances, and neither of those were on our original plan.
I just am curious because it seems like if we make our conditions and those are not followed, it seems like there's a culture of not really, of working around what we have approved and conditioned. Am I wrong?
No, I will follow up with the building department because it should certainly be that any plan changes that are made do come back to the zoning board.
And just as a note regarding that plan change, because this is in the file. So there was a revision to the plan between April and May 1st. And the revision was the staircase from the breezeway to the garage had been removed. And the entryway to the main house from the garage is now just the breezeway, but there is an entrance from the garage into the basement.
Is there also a difference, Rob, since it's in front of you, the file? I thought the driveway was supposed to be a crushed something gravel or something, and now it's paved? Is that true too?
If you give me a minute, let me just pull up the old decision.
And I also think that in the original plan we received, there was something about a bonus room, and we spoke about that, and it was then changed to be an unfinished space. Because we had discussed the dimensions of that being so large and what was the use, what would the use be of that area, and it was not going to be, if I recall, habitable space.
Yeah, so our previous permit only allowed all unfinished space above that garage. And if he decided he wanted to go further and finish it off, he would have to come back here for the modification. So this is the application from the modification. I do agree we should have had the as-built. We should have been notified of any revisions to this plan. It's a little concerning that the revisions happened back in April of last year, and we never got notice in the office that any of these revisions were going on. That should have been an automatic catch in the building department because it was a current permit. As far as the driveway, with whatever the change was, back on December 3rd, the applicant did comply with the approval of the conditions for their driveway permit through engineering. and had made a request for the a return of the bond. So engineering did get an application for the driveway permit, and they did finally approve what's there now. And this was from Scott Schluter in engineering, dated December 3rd of 2020.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask the administrator a question really quick?
Go right ahead, Scott.
Noreen, don't we have general language that states that any changes, however minor, have to come back before the board anyway? Isn't that general language in our decisions?
That's correct. And
And that answers Mary's question succinctly, doesn't it? There should be no interpretation gaps in that statement. Any means any,
right.
no matter how small.
So what happens if nothing comes to us?
Well, I think, the applicant and the building department both need to be responsible as far as following the conditions of the permit.
Well, I guess I would, and I'm going to stop here, but I guess I would just say, so what happens if they aren't responsive?
So I just do have
Should
one more
probably be
question.
discussed in open meeting and at a different time. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, but I do-
right. But Mary did bring up some good points. Thank you, Mary.
No, absolutely. But it does need to be discussed.
But a question just to the administrator. So regarding the prior permit, because that's the permit that we had given out. Were we ever submitted anything to actually sign off on the permit as required?
Yeah, so that would be in our old file. It's my recollection that we signed off on the building permit. I would have to go back through to see if the changes with the stairs being removed was after that.
Okay. Any other findings?
No, but Mr. Chairman, just because I know these issues are coming on and I know it's regarding the building department, but so I have the old file pulled from the permit.
Sure.
And we were never submitted anything for a sign off. So quite honestly, without a sign off, that the previous thing was even okayed, we shouldn't have even got an application for a modification. And it's not the issue of this board. They need to submit to the administrator. And my guess is if they hadn't reached the administrator, she would have immediately pointed out the revisions and the changes that didn't match because she always matches up the plans. So again, this is another situation where, quite frankly, a requirement is that the board signs off before somebody can go further. And in this case, there was no sign off. They went forward with changes allowed by the building department. And now they're doing a modification of an application that was never signed off on the original permit.
And I would also, Noreen mentioned that if the applicant and the building commissioner were responsible, I mean, I guess we could ask the applicant here why he never came to us, or the builder or whoever it is that should be responsible for going to the ZBA.
Again, Mr. Chairman, aren't we closed hearing? No more testimony?
That is true. So Mary, I didn't know if that was posed as a hypothetical or if you were
A hypothetical?
right.
Well, here's a question, Noreen. If we're modifying a permit that's only asking for interior changes and we don't have an approved sign off on the exterior changes, how can we go forward on a modification when they don't have a formalized permit for the first part of the project?
So apparently the building department, if we don't have a copy of our sign off, the building department would have obviously given them a building permit to construct. And if the building department issues a permit to someone to construct, they are granting them the legal right to do so. You know, it's not the applicant's responsibility that zoning sign off on the building permit. That
No, so I'm asking it procedurally. So the permit to construct is only based on if they were allowed the original special permit. If
Right.
our special permit is based on a condition that says at completion of that structure, like they did, that we have to sign off, I don't see how the building department can move forward. It's a legal part of the permit. They can say you can construct, but then they're saying you're constructing illegally because you're not complying with the permit that was given. In this case, there were sections of that original permit that were revised. You know, there was a basement added, there was a stairway changed. That just never came to us at all. And I don't know procedurally if we could, I know we've closed the hearing. I don't know if we should go forward with a final decision tonight until we get the information from the building department regarding the sign off.
Well, I think you have before you the current updated corrected plans. So I think postponing a hearing is not going to change the plans that are before you. I think that the issue that seems to be the problem is that of the practice, and that building plans need to be coming to the zoning board for sign off, and that changes between the building department and the applicant need to come back to zoning.
So because this is a permit for interior changes, then we should be discussing the interior changes of the stairway in the basement. At least to cover the permit so that it's correct now, or just allow it, those two changes.
Or
Because
vote
if
on
you-
it.
Because if you don't, you're going to be giving a permit on something that isn't complete.
Well, if you say per plans, and it's shown on the plan, I guess you're tacitly approving it.
Passively being the key word.
Yeah. There was no administrative approval of these prior changes? I take it.
No.
We only discovered about the changes when the plan was submitted, that they just didn't match the old plans.
Ken, the bottom line is we're amending something that technically didn't exist because there was no approval.
Yeah, I understand, but I think the problem, I mean, I'm trying to look at it fairly, is that I suppose there's fault on both, the applicant and the building commissioner side.
Right. Well, given the concerns of what everyone expressed, we can certainly work that into the findings if we were to approve.
Yeah, I'm just not sure that delaying it is going to resolve anything. I think, put it in the conditions and findings.
Right. But I do agree, and I share the concerns of what everyone did say. So. It's just how to properly word it, I guess.
Well, the motion's already been made to approve. We've got to figure this out and close this up. Too late.
Exactly.
It's too late to go back on the motion now and take.
So, well, it's not too late. We can always, you can always withdraw. You can always reopen. You can do lots of flexibility, but it seems to me that the best course might be to make a thorough set of findings, including findings that the prior permit did not include certain things that are on the current plan.
Because if we vote to deny it, then unless it's substantially different, he can't even come back before us for 2 years.
And also, I mean, on what basis are we denying it? In terms of
Nori,
meeting the bylaws.
Could we approve what he applied for tonight, which is the interior above the garage, and then put a notation that administratively he would need to come back to you for the sign off on the stair change in the basement?
That would probably be an appropriate way to track that change.
And then we could put that was to correct never being submitted the revisions by the applicant or the building department.
Sure.
I think this is a case, ladies and gentlemen, of things got overlooked in the process. You're in a position now that, like Ken said, we're going to have to passively, as much as it's distasteful, knowing what we know about it, you're in a position now that it has to be approved. That's how I look at this. And then use this as an example going forward to what we need to construct these decisions so they'll be adhered to.
All right.
I mean, we can't do this all night. Everybody.
Right.
Would it be wiser to withdraw the actual motion to approve and instead make a motion to instruct Noreen to draft a positive motion based upon our conversation tonight?
I tend to agree with that.
Well, that would allow us to carefully craft the findings and conditions.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
It certainly would.
let's do that.
All
And
right. So
we could refine the terms of this.
exactly.
And then in the meanwhile, do you want us to proceed with an administrative approval for the interior change so that you've got that done?
Yeah, I think you have to, because honestly,
have to.
even though that's minor, if that isn't done, then this permit isn't valid. Because it wasn't on the prior permit and it wasn't applied for under this application. So just for logistics, I think you have to do it that way. So if we want to just start findings, I guess, modification to permit 50-19. I think we make notation that back in April, a revision was done to the previous permitted plan where a revision was made adding a basement, an access, and a removal of a stairway from the garage into the main house. That permit was given by the building department without approval or sign off of that change by the zoning board. That change could now be done administratively by the zoning board if the building department submits the required information. The
You have to
additional,
withdraw and vote on Terry's motion before that.
Sure. So I think the proper thing might be, since I think it was Bob's motion to approve with findings, Bob, if you could just state that you're withdrawing that, and then we can have another motion.
all right, so I'll withdraw my motion to approve with findings.
All
I'll
right, so-
second it.
All right. So that motion to withdraw was made by Bob and Scott. I don't think we need to actually vote on it as a whole. But is there another motion on the floor?
Yeah, so then I'm gonna make a new motion to request that the administrator draft a positive approval with conditions to be voted on at the next available date. And we can start out tonight with what those findings and conditions will be.
Very good. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, second by Ed. Thank you, Ed. All right, go ahead, Bob.
So for findings, this is a modification of permit 50-19. It's an application for interior changes only to finish off unfinished space over a previously permitted garage addition. It came to the light during the application process that the previous permit had revision changes, including an additional basement area and a removal of a stairway from inside the garage. Those revisions were never supplied to or signed off by the Zoning Board of Appeals, which would have been required for the prior permit.
Scott McGann's statement required that the septic didn't need to be upgraded if it remained a 3-bedroom.
Correct.
In those, right?
Yep. And then the applicant has they have modified 1 bedroom in the main house on the plan. It's listed as bedroom number 3, so that will have a 4-foot cased opening and no longer have privacy, which will allow the room over the garage to now become the 3rd bedroom. The property is going to be limited to 3 bedrooms. There was a platform on the north side of the property that was to be removed prior in the prior permit that we gave. That still remains, which is another change that would have had to be signed off as a change by the zoning board. Applicant did supply a Title V inspection report, pump out records. We have information from the health department that he will allow a 3-bedroom max on the home.
The applicant understands that condition through testimony that even though a 4-bedroom is going in, he has no intentions and is not allowed to come before us for 4 bedrooms as part of the findings, right?
Correct. Noreen, where this is interior changes only, do we need to reference any of the setbacks at all?
No.
We do want to add to the finding that we did have testimony from neighbors regarding the non-removal of the platform on the north side of the house, and also requesting a lighting change on the deck, which they said aimed towards their property. It was the testimony of the applicant that he changed older light fixtures on that deck, and he has them adjusted down as far as they would go. We have a notation from engineering department that they did meet the qualifications of the driveway permit on the previous project, and there was a release of a bond. I think we just should also notate in the findings that the garage addition foundation is larger than the main home.
You put your removal of the deck was in that too? That's a condition.
Yeah, we'll start the conditions now. Does anyone have any more findings or? All right, so as far as the conditions, we'll start with the main, 240-23G1, 240-216. Condition that this is for interior work only, except for the removal of the platform on the north side of the property, as specified in the previous permit.
I think we also have to condition as well as it being a finding that it remains
3-bedroom. Yeah, so we'll do, in regarding the platform, I would condition that platform be removed prior to this new permit. I think we would need to deed restrict to 3 bedrooms, deed restrict to no cooking facilities, and deed restrict for single-family use.
Is it possible to define that wet bar and what that constitutes?
Mary, as far as the wet bar goes, was that findings and conditions, or were you looking for that to be part of the deed restriction as well?
I hadn't thought of it I kind of leave that up to you all to discuss.
I think if we just say no cooking facilities.
I'd like it to be a little bit more than that because I think that's, first of all, I think it's very general. And the other thing is, what's the distinction?
Well, the distinction is stove in there.
Excuse me? No stove.
No stove.
I think that's a little too general in this day and age. And it specifically says it's a wet bar. It doesn't say, what is a wet bar?
I mean, if he wanted, I don't, he was in his rights to put in a second kitchen. We've seen houses with 2 kitchens.
Yeah, but in this case, Ken, if you put in a second kitchen, it would be considered an apartment because of the privacy over the garage.
So no,
Why, is it not accessible to the main house?
He can't
It's
put a kitchen in there.
It's accessible through a breezeway, but I've dealt with homes that have applied for second kitchens, and one of the criteria for the building department is that the area that the second kitchen is in has to be completely open to the main flow of the house. In this case, the breezeway really is a kind of just a pass through. What we could do is we could put no cooking facilities or appliances. Cooking appliances. I think the issue you get with cooking facilities now is that most people buy a large convection microwave and never use ovens anymore. It does the same thing as a stove.
Right.
And where the main concern is that I understand the applicant doesn't have plans to do it, but if this house ever gets sold in the future, it has a full-size refrigerator, counter, and a wet bar. I know in most places, wet bars are just shallow sinks, but I'm not going to go to define everything.
Well,
Right. I just think it's, we don't want to have more than one home on a single family home site. I understand that. But I think we also have to respect the rights of the person who owns the home to have some freedom to do what they want within the home. And if they want to have a wet bar over the garage, I don't think it's up to us to restrict that.
No, and I don't think
you've got to take them on their word that he's putting in a 4-foot cased opening. It's also true that in a year, he could go in and close that up. He could do the work himself. Nobody would ever know. There just is no perfect
that
solution.
never happens.
He'd be in violation, but I'm just saying there is no perfect solution.
And he'd go to wet bar jail? Is that what happens when you do?
Right, exactly. I just, I think we're running a kind of a fine line here between the intent of the bylaw and the rights of someone who has their personal house that they want to do something inside of.
well, I'll only say this and then I'm done. But why condition it to not have a stove then?
In my view, I'm not 100% sure that if he got a good lawyer and went to court, he wouldn't prevail if he said, I wanted to put a stove in. I think it's kind of ambiguous, exactly what constitutes, in this particular case, an apartment. If there's a way to go, without, you just through a door and, you're in this other section of the house.
And Ken, if nobody's going to say it out loud, I will. It's because there are things that have taken place on this particular project that went without
Fair enough.
And without permission.
Yeah.
That's why everybody's skeptical. And we take each case by case. That's why the questions are being asked and getting them on the record.
Right. So let's just make a very clear decision. But I just don't think, I think if we say no cooking facilities,
I agree.
I think the deed restriction should be further emphasis that you are maintaining a single family house.
So we would put, we would deed restrict to 3 bedrooms, no cooking facilities, and single family use only. That covers all 3.
All right.
Also, I want to condition that the assessors will have access prior to final sign off from the building department.
All right. Anything else for conditions?
No, I mean, that's the main one. If between now and next time, if Noreen thinks of something we should discuss next time, we can always discuss it before we vote.
I mean, maybe a finding should be that this is too large to be an accessory apartment. Because
That's an excellent,
that's
that's an
really
excellent finding.
the big issue here. You know, if it was, what is the rule, 30% of the floor area or something?
Right.
Then it could be an accessory apartment.
So let's add that in. It's a good idea.
All right. So the motion was made by Bob and seconded by Ed to direct Noreen to draft a positive motion based upon the findings and conditions that we found tonight.
Do we need to also give the date of the continuance or do that separately?
So our next meeting would be February 4, so we could have it set for then.
So then add to that motion that this would continue to February 4 for a final review and vote.
Very good. So the motion
Is
was
that
made
all
by,
part of the same motion, Mr. Chair?
I'd say yes to move it along. Motion was made by Bob and seconded by Ed. Roll call vote once again. Ed,
Ed Van Kuren, aye.
Bob,
Robert Dugan, aye.
Scott,
Scott Zelinski, aye.
Ken,
And Foreman, aye.
and TJ Hurry, aye. So the motion passes unanimously. And Mr. Kelly, we will see you February 4th. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you.
All right, up next, we have application 63-20 Helmus Circle LLC. And they are being represented by attorney Peter Freeman. So if he could be elevated, please. All right, Attorney Freeman, you've been elevated, so you just have to unmute yourself and welcome back.
Unmute, start video. All
There
right.
you are. We have you.
I've lost all of you, but I guess that's
Well, we can see you and hear you just fine.
okay. Thank you very much. So we're here again, really just for any further questions from you folks, because we were basically pretty much done the last time, not really pretty much, 100% done with our presentation. And we believe that we had answered all the questions. And then at the end, I believe that you, Mr. Chairman, didn't raise objections, but you said you just wanted to continue so you would have more time to look at the plans that we had submitted with the notice completely, which of course was fine. So if you have questions, naturally happy to answer them, but I don't think we need to present anything. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Attorney Freeman. And that was my recollection of the last meeting. So we will turn it to board questions, see if anyone has anything. Ed?
Nothing at this time.
All right, and I should mention the voting members on this are myself, Ken Foreman, Bob Dugan, Ed Van Kuren, and Scott Zelinski. Bob, anything?
Maybe just a question. So Attorney Freeman, so when we originally approved the permit, I know way back then there were attached garages. Now they're within footprints. And the whole reason behind negotiation of the removal of the garages was so that you would get the additional units that were requested, which in this case, I think were 28. So my question is, I know that you're requesting to put the garages in, and I do think it's a better plan because they're now within the footprint. You're not going outside. But I do have questions regarding these bonus rooms and also the fact that there's been a change in the ranch plan, which is now called a two-story ranch, I guess, or modified ranch. I haven't heard it before. I guess that's a new denomination. But the affordable units are being divvied out within every 3 or 4 home locations. And my question was, would the applicant be amenable to using one of those new ranch unit modifications as an affordable unit?
Sure, happy to. I think I understand the request. I don't know if you need to elevate or if one of my team members, probably Mr. Lilly or Brian Kelleher, are here. They need to be elevated to answer. They should be here.
Sure, if they are present as attendees, if you could raise their hand, that way Justin could elevate you. All right, looks like we have Mr. Kelleher elevated, and you're on mute, so you'd have to unmute yourself.
I think I got it.
All right, we have you.
All right, thanks. Sorry about that. Thank you.
Not to worry.
The I will agree that the two-story ranch is somewhat of a misnomer. When we looked at the ranch, one of the reasons we decided to put the bedrooms up on the second floor, and I think it allowed us to get a better design, we thought, and actually freed up some land area. One of the impacts of that is it made the house a little bit larger than we wanted to be. Our average house size is in the 1,750 square feet. This particular house kind of creeps up 1,950 square feet. There were 3 of them originally that weren't affordable units, and we prefer to keep it that way. I think we'd like to, in entertaining the affordable units, we've allocated 6 houses that have garages, the base capes, or the modified, the cape house with garages, which are base capes to the affordables. None of the affordable units in the original plan had garages. So we've tried to make a compromise. It just, those ranches are big houses, bigger houses than the others, and our preference would be to keep the base capes as the affordable units. And we think it's a great house, quite frankly.
So what about on these bonus rooms, these sunrooms in back? I know that they'll be available to some of the market rate and also some of the affordable. What about actually including some of those finished rooms on the affordable units? You know, in most cases, when you deal with these affordable units, it's nice that they have the option to add these rooms on, but in all likelihood and reality, they're not going to have the monetary power to add them on. So would you be willing to actually include some of those back bonus rooms in the affordable units?
So let's talk about the bonus rooms, if we can, for a sec, as part of that, part of my answer. We originally had 23 bonus rooms in the plan, potential for 23. That actually has been reduced to 16. I had 19 on something that I presented, but if you look at our plan, we have 16 houses now that have the potential for bonus rooms. And our guess is, you know, a fair number of those, whether they're market rate or affordables, will not add bonus rooms. They're going to be, they're not in our base house package, if you will. They're going to be extras for the 16 lots, if you will, that want the capability of having a bonus room and to pay for it. So that it's not included in our house for any of the lots. We just put it on the plan as a potential, and to make sure we had all the impacts of those houses defined, so that we, you know, for drainage and all the other reasons, setbacks. So once again, we think the base cape, which is 1,750 square feet and change, as shown, is a great house, and you know, those will be affordable houses. You know, once again, I prefer to add on an extra room. You know, one of the questions on the base cape was the sight lines, if you will. I don't know if Brandon Carr's on, but, you know, could you discern the house from the the difference in the house from driving down the street. And we've worked hard to make all the houses be equal in terms of the look from the outside. And none of the bonus rooms in the back will be visible from the street. One, from just the sight lines alone, and then two, because we have fencing up around the perimeter of the houses. So, but even without the fences, you wouldn't see the bonus room in the back, just given the sight lines from the street. We did a little study, but our engineer has that, and we'd have to show it to you. So once again, I mean,
yeah, I guess what I'm asking is that, originally, we negotiated good faith. The garages were changed in exchange for additional building lots that we, in all likelihood, would not have approved. I do like the changes that you've put through. I think they look good. But at this point, we've given the additional lots. We're not really seeing an offer of anything back. And not that that's a plus, but you're dealing with affordability factors on houses. You could offer all the affordable units the ability to add the same rooms at an additional cost as you would a market rate. Your percentages of the amount of affordable units that would even have the financial viability to do that is going to be low. So, for allowing the requested modified changes, I'd like to see something that's, included for an affordable unit. And I can understand where these ranches are now larger. I think you've, increased them by another 200 to 250 square feet. And I know that you'll get, a better sale price keeping those marketable, which is fine. I just think there should be the ability to give some flexibility to include some of the bonus rooms on the affordable units. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Bob.
do we want to go through the rest of the comments and then we can?
Sure. If you prefer that, if you prefer to do that, Mr. Kelleher, we can certainly check in with the other board members, see if there is any other comments or questions, and we can circle back to Bob's concerns. Go ahead, Scott. Sorry, my internet's a little choppy right now.
Mr. Kelleher, would you agree with me that the whole reason for doing these 40Bs, the spirit of it is to create an equal living experience for people that may not be able to afford it. That's why everyone gets the cuts, the variances, all of that. And far too many times the appearance to the public and people buying are that the affordable units are just a means to an end for developers to make money on a loophole that the state has created. You made a statement earlier, and I guess this is my question.
I want to get follow.
You stated that you can't see the bonus rooms from the backyard, but the people that buy that can see them. And all things being equal, I think it would matter to them.
Okay.
I just want to know if you agree with me on that or not.
Well, no, I do agree that the intent of the affordable, the 40Bs, I do agree with you on that. And that's why one of the reasons we allocated, I think 6 out of the 7 affordable units to have the upgraded base Cape house with the garage. And then as an extra, some of those lots had the ability to add a bonus room. So I understand your point. And also, so I'd just like to get all the comments out, and I'll be happy to respond to it versus just kind of doing it piecemeal if I could.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Scott. Mary, anything? I know you're not voting on this, but input is certainly appreciated if you do have anything.
Yeah, I actually do have a question. If I recall in the presentation, is it a fence that's between almost all of these units? Is that true? Or was I wrong in that?
I believe that's true. Brandon or well, Randy or Brian, you must know.
Yeah, there are fences. Go ahead, Brandon, sorry. I didn't know you were.
Brandon Carr with the Pre Engineering. There are fences. The entire backyards are fenced on all units.
How about in between the units?
Yep, all four sides of the backyards are fenced.
But this, I guess I'm a little confused by the words. Are there fences between the sides of the homes?
Yes, there's fences in the back of the property, and they come down approximately halfway to the houses, and then they return to the houses. So as Brandon said, the backyards are fenced in.
Oh, but there's no fence in between all of the units on the sides, right? Is that
Yes,
right?
yes. If you took an individual lot,
Okay.
the back property line has a fence,
Mm-hmm.
and then on each side yard, the fence comes down approximately halfway, and then returns to the house.
And did you show us that in the photograph or something in the presentation y'all made?
No, it's on the site plans that are part of the submission. It's high.
Yeah.
It's obscure. I mean, you got to kind of look for it, but it's on the site plan.
Yeah. Could you just explain to me why you did that? Is it because of the noise that would be? About what is the amount of distance between the side of one of those units, and obviously average or something, just to give me a feel for it, between one of the units and the next one there? You know what I'm saying?
I can speak to that. Again, Brandon Carr with the Pre Engineering. I think we looked last time. I think the closest they are 13 feet, and on average, I would say 20 feet apart.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you for that. And then I guess, was the need for the fence between the units because of noise or what? I guess my question should be broad, just asking you, why did you put a fence between those?
I can speak to this. So on the back sides, I can say that on the southern side, the backyards were fenced just for privacy for both the development and the neighbors, the abutters, and then privacy within the development. And then on the north side, same thing, but conservation actually required a fence along the back property line on the north side and on the east side. So the sides where we abut the undeveloped land, conservation actually required a fence.
Okay, I understand that part. I guess I'm curious about the parts that are between the houses.
We kind of did it for private
and the units, but between the development units. Do you know what I'm saying?
I think it was mostly done for privacy and
Yeah,
privacy.
My recollection is it was privacy, and I think I don't recall, so I don't mean to say that we had a direct discussion with you a year ago, but in our minds, fences coming all the way out between each and every house wouldn't be as aesthetically pleasing. And the main concern is to give that privacy for kids and for everybody for the backyard area.
Yeah, I can't tell you exactly why, but there's something about that I don't know whether I don't kind of feel design-wise that there might be a need for that. I understand. And then I have one other question about this, and then I'm going to be done. But is there any part of that undeveloped land that could be used? I understand the Concom and all of that issue with that land back there. But is there any at all where is there some land, for example, for kids to play or something?
That actually was discussed at the last hearing, and there is a condition in Brandon, I can't remember if it shows on the plan now, but for our final plan approval, before building permit, we'd have to show it. You actually did put in a condition. I forget the exact size, but you did put in a condition that we must show an area. So that is, good question, because you addressed it a year ago or 2 years ago, and we do have to do that. So.
And I'm sorry, because I'm not familiar with the history of the project. I wasn't here at that time.
Okay.
So it's a little bit harder for me to understand the whole history of it.
Sure.
But it just seems like that. I'm glad somebody thought of it.
There is a condition that we have to provide. There is a condition that we have to provide a play area. I think it's, it's in the decision. I think it's like 4,000 square feet or something, but
It's actually just for clarification. So on the Alma Road side where it connects to Alma Road, it's the parcel to the right as you exit onto Alma Road. It was put aside for, recreation space.
I thought it might be. Thank you for that. I wonder if you might consider that fence that's in the backyard between the units as to whether or not that is really a necessary thing to have there. I mean, fences make good neighbors, right? We're in frost country, but there's a lot of fencing going on here. And I think to myself, I don't know if you're 6-foot fences, but light doesn't go through the fences. And if it's not a noise issue where you're worried about there being noise between the units, for example, and people hearing or whatever, it just seems like it would be more neighborly to not have those fences. Anyway, that's my big thing.
Thank you, Mary. And I think with regard to that proposed recreational space, I think Ken negotiated that, so you can thank him for that. And great segue to move on to Ken. Ken, any questions?
A good memory, Mr. Chairman.
I try.
No, I mean, look, they're building pretty nice little units. The biggest issue I have with this is I wish there were 24 of them, not 28. I don't think under the 40B regs we can demand that, and so there you go.
All right. Thank you, Ken. And Attorney Freeman, I think, I believe the landscape plan that was provided, I believe that might be outdated. I think it may show the previous buildings that were originally proposed. So as you may recall, during the first go that we had, the first hearing way back when, I think there was a lot of testimony and concern from the abutters about the mature trees and the vegetation and saving it all. So are there plans to provide an updated landscaping plan based upon these new revisions?
Again, I can turn to Brandon, and I don't know if already in the condition, I know, as I said previously, we have to submit for you in the building department the complete construction plans, and presumably we would do the landscaping at that time. But Brandon probably has the answer.
I would agree with that, Peter. We haven't done the updated landscape plan as of today, but we could provide it as a condition.
Understood. And I'm aware about the fencing, but are there plans to at least save the perimeter trees? I know you may not have identified every single one yet, but are there plans to at least save as much as possible?
We have discussed that, and basically we would stake out the limit of work and then walk the limit of work to see if there's any vegetation that falls kind of close to that limit of work that we could save.
One of the things that we are doing is when we put the road in, our limit of work is going to be the road plus, so many feet on either side of the road, versus what happens a lot is people go in and they clear all the land. And that's something that was important to our abutters, and we heard them, and we've agreed to do that. And then we will walk the site with our plan, and where we can save, they're small lots, but where there are some significant trees and landscaping, we will do our best to try to take that into consideration, as well as have a very robust landscaping plan. It's important to us. We know it's important to the town and our abutters.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Kelleher. With regard to the proposed lighting, and this is where my memory fades a little bit, but especially for the rear of the properties facing the south side, especially with those abutters off of Alma, are there any exterior lights proposed? And if there are, could we condition that as dark sky compliant?
The only lighting proposed would be anything mounted on the house, so around doors or backyards, and making that dark sky would not be an issue, so we could agree to that.
All right, thank you, Mr. Carr. And the final issue I had, our 40B procedures have changed a little bit since this project was first in front of us. We now require a peer engineer and monies to be deposited into a 53G account. So I just wanted to check in with maybe Attorney Freeman if you'd be amenable to that.
Let me just make sure I understand. You're talking about for further review when we submit those final detailed plans as we get ready for building permits?
Right. So we have a peer engineer that kind of stands in the place of town engineering. So I believe that the peer engineer would be reviewing and inspecting the project.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that it's, to make sure that it's in compliance, because hopefully we get an approval tonight, but all the plans will have been approved. So if it's just to make sure that we meet requirements and the conditions of the permit, of course, I'll speak for my client. Sure, we understand that. That's okay.
Very good. Thank you. Any other follow-up questions from the board?
I have one more.
Go ahead, Scott.
If you don't mind. I don't know who I'd direct this to, Mr. Kelleher, who I haven't heard an answer to my original question yet. So I'm kind of waiting for that. But listening to some of the questions from my fellow board members with regard to an increase in play area and more room for vegetation and the tree issues that people have issues with, wouldn't a simple solution be to decrease the number of units even by a couple? Wouldn't that address those issues?
Well, if I may speak first, and I understand all the questions, but I think we've addressed them by the changes that we've had, because we aren't doing any changes. In fact, as you recall, although it's very small, but it's a net decrease in the impervious area. So, we really, and again, not being legalistic, because you've been good to work with and we appreciate it and it's a good project, but, to give up houses, I think my client would probably rather, stick with the original plans, and then, you forego the opportunity for what I think everybody agrees, are better houses and the garages, which, are fairly dispersed, including the affordables. So, that play area really does add a lot. I mean, I've done plenty of subdivisions, 40Bs, where there are similar lots and there's no play area. And the yard, again, that was our thinking in terms of spaces where parents could be with their even young kids, and they're, fenced in substantially. And they're, gardening. I mean, there's still lots that people can do plenty of gardening, in addition to our, as Brian put it, our ample, robust, I think he said, landscaping. So, that our response is, that's how we're responding to, our concern, which is your concern, that the place be as attractive as possible.
So it's never been a consideration or would never be?
I think I can respond to that a little bit, and maybe second Peter's comments is, once we, as time went on, we got approval. We took a hard look at the project, and we instead of building the approved project, we've come back to the ZBA because we thought we could do a better project.
And that's exactly my point, Mr. Kelleher. That's if you were inclined to change it to make it a better project, why wouldn't you again bend to make it a better project with regards to livability in this neighborhood that you're trying to create? It's just a simple question. And the legalities part of it, I understand Mr. Freeman's point legality wise. I'm talking about we're trying to create small communities where families can grow and thrive in these. And when we max out these small pieces of property, there is no room for people to grow. And that's always been my concern, that there has never been enough affordability in these projects to make a difference for the people that really need the affordable housing. And I'm just asking a question. I understand what the rules are. I understand what the rules are and the guidelines we have to go by. But everybody better get ready to hear the same statement on all of these from me, because I've accepted the fact that this is primarily for affordability for people. And I'm going to ask this question on every permit from now on, because I want to know and I want to have it on the record of why these projects have to be so dense while not giving up more affordability with the housing. I want it on the record from now on, every time I hear one of these from now on. And I'm going to start with you guys, and I just wanted to ask you the question.
So Scott, you're saying why not build 28 houses, but have one more of them affordable?
Or build less and help the community with be more than just a housing development, with some room for kids to play and better vegetation, and make it more like a neighborhood instead of a housing project.
You know, I think they could add an affordable house and still make a decent amount of money. I think the problem is if you go in increments of 4, which you have to, right? Because you've got to maintain 25%.
Right.
So you take out one unit, and then you gotta go.
Oftentimes we forget why we do this, why we're doing this.
Well, Mr. Chairman?
Sure, Attorney Freeman.
I absolutely do understand the questions that are being asked, and, the desire by Mr. Zelinski to ask us and future applicants. And, admittedly, because we have the permit for 28 units, it's difficult, for my client in this position to, feel that they should reduce. On the other hand, I would say candidly, and it's up to my clients, but I would say candidly that the questions earlier about perhaps having, I think it was Mr. Dugan who asked about or suggested that perhaps there could be one of the so-called modified capes misnomer. I'm sorry, modified ranches misnomer, but that's what they're called now. One of those would be an affordable, or perhaps add, instead of that, a couple of the houses that are affordable to have the bonus room, built in from the start. And those, to me, address ways to also improve the quality of the homes for the affordable buyers. And so, again, I respect the questions and the thoughtful discourse. Where we are now is, and we also think that it is a better designed and more attractive for the community and everybody project with the changes that we're proposing. And we really, at the same time, I can understand my client feeling as though they can't go backwards and, sacrifice units. So, I appreciate the candor on both sides. It's been a very thoughtful and courteous board. And, I just would say I would like to see you approve the request. And unless my client says no, go with one of the affordables to be that modified ranch.
What about adding an 8th affordable?
What it does is it just makes my client, lose not money on the project, but lose more money. Obviously the affordable house sells for, probably several $100,000, if
Right.
not more, less than, so it's a little more difficult to discuss it when we already have the permit in hand. And it's not meant to be disagreeable to say that, they were satisfied that the proposal right now makes sense for these changes because there's really totally a net benefit. Again, including the garages and the style and fitting within what was approved before, so that there's actually a net decrease in the impervious. And, to add another affordable or to reduce the number of units, it just seems like to them, which I can appreciate and I think is legitimate, they don't need to go there. They have a project that they could build with the 28 units. And yes, of course, they think the changes are better and it'll help the project and help the marketability. We said that from the beginning. We didn't come up with design changes to waste everybody's time for no reason. But, on the other hand, they could always go back and build the project with the 28 with the 28 units as originally designed. So, I do tons of 40Bs and I hear the questions all the time, and it's just perhaps unusual that we're in the discussion at this stage. Might have been different, if the permit hadn't come out as it did at the time. And again, I can't emphasize enough that, we thought very reasonable on your part, the things you put in the conditions. And we're looking forward to proceeding, which, will be very soon. So hope you, can agree that, with that, perhaps one of those slight compromises on the affordable units having, some one of those two changes that was suggested, that you would be okay with this. Thanks.
Thank you, Attorney Freeman. And I think
I would just like to say the questions, some of the questions that were asked in terms of would we allocate a ranch style house or some of the base cape to affordable, we're certainly open to and on that. It just, we just wanted to hear all the comments as part of having that discourse. And I think it was a healthy discussion. We're happy to kind of further discuss that. I just, I don't think, changing the project to reduce units or adding more affordable units, that probably isn't a good starting point for us. But I think we could talk about changing or adding bonus rooms for affordable units, or one of the ranch style homes. We're open to that. It was part of a discussion. I just wanted to hear all the comments.
Thank you, Mr. Keller, and I appreciate it. It's a bit troubling to have you as audio only, but if you could just stand by, I think Mary has a contribution to make.
That remains to be seen, but I did just have a question. And again, I'm sorry if you've already covered it, but sometimes I can't remember everything that's discussed. Is there a sidewalk through on that main road?
Yes, there is.
And is there just on one side or is it on both sides?
It's on one side of the road. It's on the right side of the road as you go in.
Yeah, I thought that's what it was. And I thought it wasn't on the other side as well. Is that something that you would consider, or you just don't have the room to put it on the other side as well? And again, I'm thinking about, families and children and that kind of thing, and getting in and out of.
I think it can only go on the one side of the road.
Okay, because of the fit, the topography.
To the overall layout, yeah.
Yep. Okay, thank you for clarifying that. And I assume that there might be, I assume that when one would walk to one of the two exits, there would be a way to move throughout the community. I'm thinking again of children and walkability. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it just was, once one gets, say, for example, you're a pedestrian, a young child, or whomever in the community, if you were to walk out of either onto Worcester Court or onto the Alma Road, would one be able to walk within that area? Meaning, how is the walkability from this particular?
We're adding a crosswalk to Worcester Court, which you will be able to cross the street from our sidewalk onto the sidewalk along Worcester Court.
Super. I thought that's what I was seeing on the plans, but I must tell you that my plans are very, very small. And the writing
I can
gets.
appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you.
I can appreciate that.
All right, Ed, yeah, you have something?
I have a question. How wide are the driveways for parking cars?
Driveways are 18 feet wide.
Okay,
All right.
that's all.
Thank you, Ed. Bob, anything? I do want to get to public comment if there's anything out there, but go ahead, Bob.
Just a quick comment regarding the possibility of having one of those modified ranches. I think that does two things. The modified ranches have now this increased living space, so it gives an affordable unit more living space. But what I hadn't noticed before is when you first enter this complex, that one base cape is kind of sandwiched between the only ranches in the complex. So if that one base cape is the affordable cape to beginning, it's kind of segregated from the rest of it. It specifically, that first base cape on the right is kind of pointed out. So I think if one of those modified ranches was the affordable unit, it would actually blend in better, dispersing the affordable units throughout the complex.
As Peter mentioned, I think we'd be open to that, Mr. Dugan, if, based on all the comments we've gotten tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Kelleher. I do want to turn it to public comment if there's anyone out there who has a question, comment, or a concern regarding this project. Go ahead and click the raised hand icon using the Zoom webinar, and we will elevate you and get to you in a minute. So once again, if there's anyone out there, just hit the raised hand icon and we can get you elevated. All right, last call for public comment. Just making sure that if anyone's out there, and there's a lot of attendees. I know we have a number of other applications to get to, but I just want to make sure we're not missing anyone. Okay, not seeing anyone for public comment. Back to the board. Any other follow-up questions from the board, or do you want to have a discussion about the project? Leave it to anyone to chime in. Oh, Bob, you're muted.
So if, I don't know, but if we don't have any more questions, I don't see any issue with closing it and then having discussion.
I don't think you can close it unless they were willing to make some concessions, and you can't do that after the meeting's closed.
Well, I think they said they were willing.
Well, do we want to define that prior to closing the hearing?
So why don't we have some board discussion on what we feel?
Sure. So we'll leave it open, but have discussion at the moment. All right. Bob,
So
if you want to start us off, go ahead.
If I was looking at a choice of one over the other, of the putting the ranch home as the affordable versus adding bonus rooms on the other units, I would go more towards having the ranch unit as the affordable unit. Unless we want to do the ranch unit as affordable and maybe add one or two bonus rooms onto the other base capes as an option. It sounds like the applicant is willing to work with that. The design of the project itself, the new designs, even though they're adding the garages back in because they're within the footprint, do seem like a more pleasing project in general. So I don't really have any issues with that. I would just like to either have just the ranch unit made as one of the affordable units, or a combination of the ranch unit as an affordable and maybe a couple bonus rooms for the other affordable base capes.
Thank you, Bob.
Chairman,
Scott, how
I'd
do
be
you-
amenable with any of it. And commend the applicant for being so gracious as to consider our requests.
Thank you, Scott. Ken, how do you feel?
I think Bob is on to something, trying to enhance a little bit the affordables, so I'm good with that.
Very good. Ken? I'm sorry, Ed?
No, I think it's about as much as we're going to get out of them.
Okay.
I mean, I personally think it ought to be 24 units, but that's not going to go, I know.
It's just, we're gonna run into a big uneconomic argument if we insist on it.
Yeah.
Right. And Mary, how do you feel?
Oh, I listened to everybody's discussion and I think it's fine, if that's what you're looking for from me.
Thank you, Mary. So I do commend Attorney Freeman, you and your team, for working with us and coming back, making an even better project than what was originally proposed to us, and we were all on board with that the first time around. But I do think Bob's on to something. I think if you're amenable to having one of those modified ranches as an affordable unit, I think we can all come to agreement on that.
Yes, I believe that's fine. And Mr. Kelleher, I believe, had just said that. To Mr. Dugan, presumably somebody will make a motion soon. So I think you were suggesting both. Naturally, we'd rather have, perhaps just the one modified ranch as the affordable, which is fine. If you think that there should be one of the affordables, another of the affordables also have the bonus room built in from the start, that would be fine too. I'm hoping it might be one instead of two, so that, we've changed two affordable houses.
Understood. And Bob, that's what you were getting at, the one ranch,
Yeah,
one affordable with a bonus?
One affordable, and maybe add maybe one bonus room on one of the other affordable units, just for the fact that, a lot of those people don't have the opportunity usually to add those. So it'd be nice to know that one of the units will actually have one that's built, in case the other people don't have options. So my motion would then be to approve the modification of the changes, but it would include designated one of the modified ranches now as one of the affordable units, and then adding a bonus room on one of the affordable base capes, at the choosing of whatever base cape the applicant wants.
I'll second it.
We would have to close the hearing first and then make a motion on that. But Attorney Freeman, are you in agreement?
Yes, thank you.
Very good.
All right, if we're all in agreement on that, then why don't I move to close the hearing?
Very good, Ken. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, second by, motion to close by Ken, seconded by Ed. Roll call vote. Ed?
Ed Van Kuren, aye.
Bob?
Robert Dugan, aye.
Scott?
Scott Zelinski, aye.
Ken?
Ken Forman, aye.
And TJ Hurry, aye. So the hearing is closed. And how would we like to proceed, Bob?
Yeah, so then I'd make a motion to request that the administrator draft a positive decision allowing the modifications as requested, but to include one of the modified ranch homes to be designated as an affordable unit, and one of the remaining base capes that's affordable to include a bonus room.
Second.
Very good. All right. And do we need to add in any other particulars to that?
Well, I think it's a draft, so she's going to have to add it in. She's going to have to modify our new engineering requirements since our engineering department's no longer doing the engineering review. She's going to have to add in the designations for any of the revised plans. I don't know if we're going to need any of the revised plans showing the units themselves with landscaping. Noreen, what specifically do you need from them?
So at some point in time, all right, so the previous decision did reference landscaping plans. That being said, the individual units that showed landscaping, obviously the style of those units has changed. So we will need landscaping plans, which, I mean, ideally it would be nice to have it for the decision, but if that's something that the applicant can't get till later, we can certainly take care of it at that point in time. And then I guess the other question I'd have to the board, or maybe to the applicant as well, is if these are all individual lots, I'm assuming that you're going to need individual plot plans for those individual lots for each homeowner?
Yes, that would be part of the normal building permit application. I don't think you've required them so far, and I don't think that it really matters to a zoning board, but yes, we would be doing them for the building permits.
Okay, and then there was something peculiar, and I have to apologize. The previous decision did predate me. There was some designation that the administrator would review only the first building permit, and that is not any longer our practice here. We do actually sign off on all the building permits. So all those separate units would actually come through this office. There's not a delay with that, but just so that you're aware of that, because the only problem down the road in general is that these individual homeowners and then their successors have the understanding that there are specific limitations to the existing house and that they can't indeed go to the building department and request a shed or that sort of thing in the future. So we do endeavor to make sure that the comprehensive permit is actually filed with each of those separate addresses at the registry so that they do have that information available.
The administrative process you just mentioned is fine. In terms of recording, I've never heard that. I mean, we can certainly tell you whether or not you feel you need a condition, but I can assure you we will put in each and every one of the deeds that the property is subject to the comprehensive permit and the modifications that we would also list, all of which will be recorded prior to the deeds. It just seems rather cumbersome for everybody who's going to be doing conveyancing to have, 28 copies of the comprehensive permit, physically recorded when all they have to do is go to the book and page, especially since you can do that now on the computers. But again, if you feel more comfortable that, you write a condition that says we put, in the deeds themselves that the conveyance is subject to the comprehensive permit, which at this point would be, the original plus one modification plus this modification.
Yeah, I think it's just, the only thing that we all want to make sure here is that our successors in our jobs as well have all that information properly tracked so that, like I said, if a homeowner in the future wants to make a change to their home, they're aware of that. Our building department's aware of that, et cetera, so that there's no misunderstandings.
Yep. Mr. Chairman, just one more thing. The motion is fine, but if you could actually do it as a motion to approve with the changes mentioned and to instruct the administrator to draft the decision. I mean, I think that's the intent, but forgive me for wanting it to be crystal clear, but, we'd like to walk out of here knowing that it's actually approved and that, of course, you may, look at the language of a draft condition at your next meeting. But if you could do that, that would be great.
So I understand, Attorney Freeman. Typically, we just we direct Noreen to draft a positive motion, and then we have the final vote at the next hearing. You know, the intent being that that we actually get a chance to review the document prior to voting
Yeah,
on it.
no, far be it for me to tell you to change a practice
No.
that you do. It's just that you still have the opportunity to review it, because it's not physically before you. And I can understand on many other applications, which maybe have more complications, but at this point, it's, a pretty easy referral to the existing permit and the letter that I sent in with the proposed changes, which Noreen, that could be those could be the findings of fact, by the way. And so again, I just think it would be nice to know that it's approved. And of course, you have to see the actual draft. But I won't belabor it. I just would ask. And if you do it, great. And that's up to you folks.
Thank you, Attorney Freeman. Bob, I think you were going to mention something.
No, I understand where Attorney Freeman's coming from. It's just that we've had some issues in the past, not to do with this application. And that's why I just think we should, keep the same process we've done now, knowing that what we discussed tonight is what we're planning to put in the decision. But that way, if there's anything that, needs to be changed wording wise, we're not, locked in anything. But what I would ask Noreen is what is the next available date to do the actual vote?
Yeah, so we'd be looking at February 11 and give us an opportunity to prepare a draft here and get a draft copy out to everybody so that, you can look it over. If there's comments, you're welcome to send those in to me. And that, the intention would then be that you would vote the final language on the 11th.
I understand. I appreciate those responses, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Dugan. And the 11th is a good date.
Very good.
So then I make a motion to continue this to February 11th.
Second.
All right, motion was made by Bob and seconded by Scott. We'll do a roll call vote. Ed?
Ed Van Kuren, aye.
Bob?
Robert Dugan, aye.
Scott?
Scott Zelinski, aye.
Thank you, Scott. Ken?
Ken Forman, aye.
And TJ Hurry, aye. Passes unanimously. Attorney Freeman, thank you to you and your team. We will see you February 11th.
Quick question. Did you actually vote on Mr. Dugan's other motion to direct Noreen to draft that? Maybe you did, and I apologize. Sometimes
I'm so directed.
Yeah.
She's so directed. I think it was rolled into Bob's.
Okay,
Bob.
very good. So, thank you. Appreciate all your time, sincerely. Thank you very much.
Thank you for working with us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Who needs a 5-minute break?
You.
Yeah.
I need one.
All right. See everyone in a few minutes.
Ed Van Kuren, aye.
There we go, Ed. Thank you.
Robert Dugan, aye.
Scott,
Scott Zelinski, aye.
Mary,
Mary Berry I.
Ken,
Ken Forman, aye.
and TJ Hurry, aye. So the motion passes unanimously. The board's business will be through 10 o'clock tonight. All right, jumping into our new public hearings, we have application 68-20 Miller, 296 Sam Turner Road in Hatchville. Voting members on this will be the regular voting members, and if we could elevate Greg Clancy, and we will have Bob read in everything to the record.
So application number 68-20, being all persons deemed affected by the Board of Appeals under Section 11 of Chapter 40A of the Mass General Laws, you are hereby notified that Nathaniel Miller of Woods Hole, Mass. has applied to the Zoning Board of Appeals for a special permit pursuant to Sections 240-3C of the Code of Falmouth to construct an addition to the second floor of a pre-existing non-conforming detached garage on subject property known as 296 Sam Turner Road, Hatchville, Mass. For referrals from Scott McGann, health agent, December 28th. House has a 3-bedroom septic system, 2011, and the existing barn isn't connected to the septic and is not living space. There is no proposed bathroom in the barn. As such, I would not consider the barn space to be a bedroom or living space without a bathroom. It appears to me that the space is the same as it currently is. Health doesn't consider this existing space to have any bearing on the existence of septic system and the existing septic system capacity. Planning board, no comment. Engineering, the application was reviewed for impacts to public rights of way and public utilities. Sam Turner Road is a public right of way in this area. No alterations are proposed to the right of way. Any changes within the right of way would require filing a permit with the engineering division. 2, any connections or alterations to public utilities would require permission from the appropriate town department. 3, the project must not direct any stormwater runoff to public property abutters or public rights of way. 4, we recommend that the board add a condition that requires the addition of dry wells or other stormwater infiltration measures for the new roof area at a minimum. Concom, the conservation staff have no comment on the above referenced project as it appears to be located more than 100 feet from conservation jurisdiction. Fire department has no issues on this project as drawn. Assessors department has no comment. Water department had 1 comment. If this would become living quarters above the garage, then a 1-inch water service would be needed. And there is 1 letter of support. And this is coming from Damian and Linda McLaughlin. We have just received notice of the application of Nathaniel Miller of Woods Hole pursuant to Section 240-3C of the Code of Falmouth. I, Linda J. McLaughlin, and my husband Damian J. McLaughlin live at 294 Sam Turner Road, adjacent to 296. We are totally supportive of Mr. Miller's construction of an addition to the second floor of the pre-existing non-conforming detached garage on the property known as 296 Sam Turner Road in Hatchville. And that's all we have. So we're all set.
All right, thank you, Bob. And for the applicant tonight, Natalia, you're currently muted. Oh, there you go.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good
Long
afternoon. Good evening.
Oh, yes. Well, my name is Natalia Doherty. I'm with Clancy Construction. I also have there somewhere Adam Ross, our project manager. We're here on behalf of Nathaniel Miller. We submitted application in March for building permit to add a second floor storage loft to an existing barn at 296 M Turner Road. We were informed that a special permit will be required since we're expanding non-conforming. Mr. Falmer recommended approving after Zoning Board of Appeals approves a special permit. I wrote a whole speech. We are planning to remove the existing second floor roof line and keep existing left side gambrel and dormer. I submitted the pictures of existing barn. So helps to visualize. We would add the new right gambrels, structural ridge, and 4 new dormers, which I also submitted the 3D drawings of the proposed roof line. We also had BSS Design come out to complete measurements for us to determine the height of the peak of the barn roof, which is 24 feet 7 inches of existing ridge. So the proposed second floor addition roof would not exceed the existing height, and the footprint will not be modified. New loft will be unfinished and will be used as storage. New roof line will also create a perfect location for his solar panels, which would be installed on the new second floor. Current condition of the barn has deficient framing, and existing structure is saggy and not waterproofed, as you can see in the pictures. So we would love to fix the barn to meet the current building codes. So the barn is located on 9-acre farm, and probably approximately half a mile off the street. So will not be visible from Sam Turner Road. Barn is also built into a hillside, so the other 3 sides are actually much lower than the 24 feet 7 inches. And so here we are asking for a special permit. Thank you very much. We would really appreciate your time.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Hardy. So we'll turn it to board questions. Ed, any questions?
Oh, this, you can't see it from anywhere. It's way out in the woods. Yeah.
Yes,
Not much is true.
Yeah.
Bob, any questions?
No, just that, so everything will be left as unfinished space?
Correct.
It's the only question I have.
All right, Scott.
Are there any other special permits they're flying under right now on the property?
Not that I know of, no. We didn't file for any.
There's no existing ones prior to this one for anything else? Okay.
No.
What was in that, what was up there now I saw some windows this afternoon, and there's already a second story up there, as you stated. What was the previous use for that?
It's just currently an attic, so it's used as a storage. It's unfinished. So they would love to add more storage. You know, as you saw on the property, it's like a garage on the first floor. So little workshop, but they really just need additional storage. So that's.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Mary, any questions?
Is it going to be a heated area?
Currently, it is not. I don't believe we are applying for a heated space.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ken.
I have a dumb question. I'm not sure why this needs a special permit. Could you, maybe Noreen could clarify that for me.
So I would assume that it is because of the height and that they're expanding the structure, albeit that they're not adjusting the height.
Well, they're expanding the structure, but they're not, there's no side yard or issues. There's no.
Is the garage in front of the house on the property?
It doesn't meet the current allowed height. So now that they're doing the addition, it's just the height.
So the height will be what?
24/7, which it is now, but now they only allow 22. So.
Okay. 22 for a garage. Okay. Thanks.
Right. Thank you, Ken. And I don't have any questions myself, so we will turn it to public comment. If there's any question, comment, or concern from any members of the public out there tonight, go ahead and click the raised hand icon using the Zoom app, and we will get you elevated shortly if there is anyone out there. All right, not seeing anyone out there.
Motion to close.
All right,
Second.
motion to close
Second.
made by Scott and seconded by Bob. We'll do a roll call vote again. Ed,
Ed Van Kuren, aye.
Bob,
Robert Dugan, aye.
Scott,
Scott Zelinski, aye.
Ken,
Ken Forman, aye.
and TJ Hurry, aye. So the hearing is closed. How would the board like to proceed?
Motion to approve with conditions.
Second.
All right, motion approved with conditions made by Bob and seconded by Ken. Findings?
They're applying for an addition to a second floor of a pre-existing non-conforming detached garage. They're only here because of building height, which is currently 24.7, where 22 is allowed.
Not more detrimental.
Now more detrimental, and they're doing, all spaces shown are unfinished, so there's no habitable space.
Does not increase lot coverage.
And the
even though
property is
that's not
9
an
plus,
issue.
Right.
property is 9 plus acres.
Right.
No bathrooms are proposed. Right?
Yep. So 240-3C, 240-6, 216, as we said. You could make a finding from the health department that health department doesn't have any issues because without a bath or any finished space, septic doesn't come into play.
Yeah. That also is, it's in the coastal pond overlay.
Applicant stated that it would be an unheated space.
All right. Any other findings? How about conditions?
So per plans, dry wells for roof runoff. And then all structured is to be unfinished with no habitable space. The existing bonus room is also to remain unfinished.
Are there dry wells shown on the plan?
They had dry wells on there. I mean, we can add the condition we normally do about them being inspected, but it's a 9 plus acre property. I don't know if
Yeah, I'm all set with that.
just that they do per plans the dry wells.
Yeah. All right. Any other conditions?
That's it.
All right. So that was a motion to approve with conditions made by Bob and seconded by Ken. We'll do a roll call vote. Ed,
Ed Van Kuren, aye.
Bob,
Robert Dugan, aye.
Scott,
Scott Zelinski, aye.
Ken,
Ken Forman, aye.
and TJ Hurry, aye. So the motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Hardy.
Thank you so much. Have a great night.
You too. Okay, up next, we have application 69-20, Brunel, 27 Homer Ave in North Falmouth.
So
And the voting members on this are the regular voting members, and if we could get Attorney Clower elevated. And Bob, go ahead whenever you're ready.
So application number 69-20, being all persons deemed affected by the Board of Appeals under Section 11 of Chapter 48 of the Mass General Laws, you are hereby notified that Nancy Brunel of Upton, Mass. has applied to the Board of Appeals for a special permit pursuant to Sections 240-3C and 240-69E of the Code of Falmouth to raise and rebuild the pre-existing non-conforming single-family dwelling, increasing lot coverage by structures on subject property known as 27 Homer Avenue, North Falmouth, Mass. Referrals. Conservation staff has no comment on the above referenced project. It appears not to be located within conservation jurisdiction. Engineering. One, the application was reviewed for impacts to public rights of way and public utilities. Homer Avenue is a public right of way in this area, and Megansett Avenue is a private right of way. No alterations are proposed to the public right of way. Any changes within the public right of way would require filing a permit with the engineering division. Two, any connections or alterations to public utilities would require permission from the appropriate town department. Three, the project must not direct any stormwater runoff to public property, abutters, or public rights of way. Four, dry wells are proposed for the roof. A detail is shown on the submitted plans. Five, we recommend adding section 99.1, a fixing of legible numbers required and time limit for compliance. Six, where this is a small lot with structures close to the abutters and public right of way, and a driveway or street opening permit is not required as proposed, we recommend that erosion and sediment controls are included for this project to protect the public right of way and abutting properties. We recommend that the plans be revised to include a demarcated limit of work and include proposed erosion and sediment controls as described in the included document. And then we recommend the following condition be included in any approval. The construction of this project shall follow the attached soil erosion and sediment control standard conditions. References to the Department of Public Works of Engineering Division shall be replaced with the Zoning Board of Appeals, who is the permitting authority for this project. Assessors, no comment. And then from Scott McGann, dated December 28th, 27 Homer. The existing 3-bedroom house with a 4-bedroom septic installed in 2007. The reserve area now shown in the Holmes and McGrath plan for 4 bedrooms allows the property to increase to 4 bedrooms. To see David Kerrigan's email. Plans show 4 labeled bedrooms. However, the laundry and attic, if finished, meets the definition of a bedroom. Applicant should consider ways to mitigate these 2 rooms for privacy. He put a description in the Title V, bedroom definition, a room providing privacy intended primarily for sleeping, consisting of all the following. A, floor space no less than 70 square feet. B, for new construction, a ceiling height of no less than 7 feet 3 inches, effective 9/9/2016. C, for existing houses and for mobile homes, a ceiling height of no less than 7 feet 0 inches. At least 1 window, living rooms, dining rooms, kitchen, halls, bathrooms, unfinished cellars, and unheated storage areas over garages are not considered bedrooms. Single-family dwellings shall be presumed to have at least 3 bedrooms, where the total of rooms for a single-family dwelling exceeds 8, not including bathrooms, hallways, unfinished cellars, and unheated storage areas. The number of bedrooms presumed shall be calculated by dividing the total number of rooms by 2, then rounding down to the next lowest number, whole number. The applicant may design a system using design flows for a smaller number of bedrooms than are presumed in this definition. And then Falmouth has its own bedroom, means any portion of a dwelling which is so designed as to finish the minimum isolation necessary for use of sleeping area and includes but not limited to bedroom, den, study, sewing room, but does not include kitchen, bathroom, dining room, halls, or unfinished cellar. Then Scott McGann on January 20th wrote, let me just check one thing, Mr. Chairman.
All right, ahead, Bob.
All right, so my question, Mr. Chairman, was there was an email to Scott McGann on January 20th. And he was asking him to look at the revised plans for the application because his original referral was dated 12/28. Mr. McGann did not get back to the board, but I think the applicant did make revisions in order to meet the requirements. So the applicant could explain that when they do their presentation.
Understood. And that does it for referrals and everything, Bob? Sorry. All right. And for the applicant, we have Attorney Clower.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. For the record, my name is Kevin Clower. I'm an attorney here in Falmouth, and I represent the applicant, Nancy Brunel. Ms. Brunel is here with us in the audience tonight, as well as Tim Santos, Holmes McGrath, and Shana Pagani, who is the architect. If I could ask if Tim and Shana could both be elevated in case any questions come up that might require their expertise.
Sure. And if they don't mind raising their hands, that'll help Justin elevating them.
Sure. As I said, I do represent Nancy Brunel, the owner of 27 Homer Avenue in North Falmouth. She's seeking permission to raise and rebuild the existing non-conforming dwelling on the property. This property is located in Magansett, which is a dense, largely seasonal neighborhood. The lot is 6,427 square feet, and it's in the RB zoning district. Presently, there's a 3-bedroom single-family dwelling with a footprint of just over 1,500 square feet. It's non-conforming as to front yard setback being 13.5 feet, where 25 is required, and side yard setback to the east, I believe, which is 0, where 10 is required. It actually encroaches onto the abutting parcel. The lot coverage by structure is 23.5%, where 20 is allowed by right, and up to 25 by special permit. The applicant has owned this property for a little over 10 years and is seeking to make some substantial improvements in order that she and her husband can retire here. They are proposing to raise and rebuild the existing dwelling and to build a new 4-bedroom home. This results in a very slight increase in the lot coverage of 51 square feet approximately. That would go to 24.3%, which is still below the 25% allowed by special permit. The front yard setback would have a minor improvement to 14.3 feet, and the side yard setback would be improved to 10.5 feet, effectively eliminating that nonconformity. The number of bedrooms would increase to 4, but the existing system is designed for 4, as reflected in the health referral. We did revise the plans based on Mr. McGann's referral. The laundry room in question was, the doorway was widened in order to provide no privacy there. We did not make any changes to the attic because the attic actually has half walls around the stairs. There's no privacy. It's open to the floor below. I brought that to Mr. McGann's attention and asked for his opinion, but I didn't receive a response on that. But that has been approved by him in the past on other applications where spaces like that, as long as there's no privacy, there's half walls, it's open, he's deemed that not to be a bedroom in the past. This does require a special permit under 243C, in which pre-existing non-conforming structures can be changed by special permit, provided they're not substantially more detrimental than what exists. In this case, there's no new non-conformity created. As to the existing nonconformities, the front yard setback is improved from 13.5 to 14.3. Can't go back any further because of the location of the septic. The side yard setback is improved from what is now an encroachment onto the abutting parcel to 10.5 feet, eliminating that nonconformity. And the lot coverage by structure, though slightly increased to 24.3%, is effectively eliminated as a nonconformity with the issuance of a special permit, which brings me to 24069E, which allows that in the residential B zoning district, lot coverage by structures, paving, and parking can exceed 20% by special permit. And the board's asked to consider the size and height of the structure in relation to the average size and height of structures in the neighborhood, the effect of shadow on adjacent properties, impacts on views and vistas from public ways, and the effect of nitrogen on coastal embayments. In this case, there's no impact of views and vistas from public ways. The building will be larger. However, we don't anticipate there's any significant change to shadow due to the layout of the property. No effect of nitrogen on coastal embayments, given that the system is designed for 4 bedrooms, which is what's proposed. And relative to the size, we did submit a lot comparison worksheet looking at the 29 properties within a 300-foot radius. Of those 29 properties, 19 have larger footprints and 22 have larger gross floor areas. As this is proposed, it would be among the bottom 30% of homes in that radius in terms of size, and very much in character with the neighborhood. The project as proposed represents a significant improvement over the existing conditions for the applicant. It won't create any new dimensional nonconformities, will eliminate 2 existing nonconformities, and will improve a nonconforming setback. I believe this meets the requirements of 243C, 24069E, and 24216. There's no adverse effects that would overbalance the benefits that I've outlined. And for these reasons, I would ask that this board grant the special permit. I, along with Tim and Shane, would be happy to address any questions that you might have at this time.
Very good. Thank you, Attorney Clower. I will turn it to board questions. Ed, any questions?
Yeah, just one question. What's the elevation of the building?
The total height, let's see.
The drawings say that it's 38 feet from the cellar floor up.
Sure. It would be, let's see here. It looks as though the ridge height isn't measured here from grade. They're showing 29 feet from the first floor to the ridge height, and the first floor is located elevation 43, which is let's see here, which is 3 feet above grade. So it would be 32 feet high.
They're 32?
Yes. And I'll let Tim or Shana correct me if I'm mistaken in that calculation.
Anything else, Ed?
Yeah. No, that's it.
Thank you, Ed. Bob, anything?
You can come back to me. I have to look something up.
Sure. Scott?
Sure. Hi, Tim. I guess this first one's for you. Attorney Clow had stated in his presentation that the house couldn't come back off the road anymore because of the septic system. And my question to you is, on page 2 of the plans, there's only an approximate location to the septic tank. In the eventuality that you dig it up and it's encroaching on the 10 feet, are you going to have to dig that up and move it anyway?
The location of the tank and the leaching field are from the ties that are on file with the town. It is approximately set back from the leaching field right now at I believe 20 feet, it says. I think it's like 20.5 feet, but we say it's 20 feet away. The tank itself, I think, is 10.2. So, but those are from the ties. So if the leaching field can't be moved.
I understand that, but it looks like you got some room if you had to move that tank off.
Yes. And
stone.
There is a note on the plan that says the tank needs to be confirmed. The actual location needs to be confirmed. And if it needed to be, they would be able to excavate around it and then strap the tank and slide it to meet the 10-foot setback.
So that being said, if you had to, you could move the house back off the road a little bit if you had to. Just by moving that tank back, correct?
Well, that is...
Theoretically.
Theoretically, that is correct.
Okay. And my other question is to whoever wants to answer it. I was there. I have an F-250, and I was there to do my site inspection. And I'd like someone to explain to me how they're going to perform a demo with trucks or dumpsters and dumpster trucks on that road. I had to turn around in somebody's driveway down at the beach. So what's the plan for that? For the demo and the reconstruct to not take up the road? Anybody?
I'm seeing if, I believe we have Mark Bogosian in the audience as well. He is, his company did the plans. I would ask.
I know that there's a stone driveway on the bottom that abuts this, but I can only assume that belongs to somebody else. My F-250 took up that whole road when I was doing my my site visit today, Attorney Clow, and I'm just simply asking the question: how's that going to be accomplished?
Are you talking about the stone driveway on McGansett, Scott?
On the back side of it. Yeah, I don't know. It looks like it belongs to somebody else. The property line kind of goes off at an angle as you walk down the hill to the left. And
I believe
the driveway is somebody else's to the right as you walk down that hill, correct?
That gravel surface there at the rear is they do use that for access to this property.
But they don't own it.
I believe they have rights along the right of way there.
Is that is the rights identified in this?
I haven't done a title search on it, sir, but that is typically when you have a private way and a road abutting that private way, or a property abutting that private way, that property has rights to use it.
Construction rights?
For any right, any purpose that roads are typically used.
All right. Because I see that as a real problem with big gear and big equipment and excavation. And there is absolutely no room on the top side of that lot for any of that. That means big trucks either back all the way down that road to get to that site and take up the road, or drive all the way in and back up all the way out of that road. And I just want to know what the solution to that is pre-planning.
So I would just reiterate that they do have the right to access the property along the backside there on what is shown as McGansett Avenue. It kind of terminates towards, it becomes sort of a paper road where their property is. But that is driveway access for them, and that is how they access the property more often than not with their cars, is what I've been told.
And is that identified anywhere in this application is what I'm asking, that they have how that's laid out for them to be able to use that? You said you didn't research it, but
I haven't done a full title examination, but we don't, as part of the application, we don't typically determine or make a representation that they have a right to use a certain road. I'd be happy to look into it if you'd like, but my understanding is that is how they make access to the property for themselves with their vehicles.
Okay, because I appreciate it with consideration for that to be an assurity to go forward, because I'd hate to have that top of the road be the last resort and them not be able to use that bottom road after the permit was approved. So that was just the questions I had. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Scott. Mary, anything?
I have no questions.
Thank you, Mary. Ken?
Yeah, Kevin, on your lot comparison, I noticed this is one of the smaller lots listed. Although there is one other where there's a house that has 26% lot coverage.
Mm-hmm.
But for all the other homes, you listed the number of stories. You did not list the number of stories for this house after it's, once it's built.
That was not intentional.
So how many stories is it?
2.5 stories.
Okay. Yeah, that's the only. So where is the grade? I see, because depending on what side of the house you're on, you could say that's 38 feet tall. You could say it's 29 feet tall.
I was looking at the grade along Homer Avenue.
Yeah, Ken, this is Tim from Holmes and McGrath. That elevation that Kevin spoke to, that calculation's done with the mean average grade of the existing grade along the street side of the house. I believe that's the way the definition reads in the town. So I think I don't have it with me. I apologize. I'm actually working on my house today for a different reason, so I don't have that information with me, but I believe it was 39.5 is the information we supplied to the architects when they were doing the plans for the mean average grade along the street side of the house. So Kevin's number that he used, 42.5 minus the 3, that was the number that when I'm looking at the plan right now, I believe that was the number. So it's along the street side of the house.
Right. So you're saying it's 39.5 feet above sea level.
Elevation, correct. Elevation.
Yeah. And then the top of the house is?
I believe, I don't have the architectural plans with me, but I believe Kevin said from the finished floor to the ridge was 29 feet. And the finished floor, I believe, is 42.5. Sorry, 42.5. So that's 3 feet plus the 29 feet was the 32 feet that Kevin gave.
Okay, so just add 32 feet to that. Because that's the only issue
Correct, yes.
I see.
Hopefully that helps address that.
Height of the structure. Okay. I think that's it for me.
All right, thank you, Ken. Back to Bob. I think you were checking into something.
So regarding that attic with the with open to the main floor, just for matters of heat loss, why would anybody leave an open stairway to a third floor unfinished? Is it just to get by the septic regulations?
The roof.
No, it is. The attic is a finished area. It's not an unfinished area.
And the basement, I know it shows a full bath. Is that also planned to be finished?
That is for unfinished storage space. There's a walkout basement there. It walks out to the rear. I think that was more of a bathroom of convenience than anything.
So
I did confirm.
So it's a full bath though, right? Tub, shower, according to the plan. It's not like a half bath or you got a shower outside, a rinse station. It just seems like with a full bath and a walkout, somebody would be more likely to finish it off because it's a full bath.
No, I believe that that's just a sink. As I see it, that's just a sink and a toilet. Looking at the plan.
And I guess I just would have to say
it is a half bath down there.
It's a half bath. And I guess I would just have the same, since Scott brought it up, that I'd want more of a definition of that use space in back on who actually has control over the use of it.
Attorney Clower, that first floor office, is that a cased opening as well? Similar to the laundry room? Is that a 4-foot cased opening?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And regarding the encroachment that's on the side of the property with the steps leading to the outdoor rinse station, that's being improved, but by how much?
That's becoming conforming. That'll be based on the plans that shows as a 10.5-foot setback.
Okay, so that'll be completely conforming then.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Okay. Any other questions from the board?
Yeah, I did have another one. I'm glad you mentioned that because one version of the site plan I saw showed a platform for like condenser unit for air conditioner, it looked like, and on that side yard, we had 10.5 feet.
Mm-hmm.
And one other structure, and I just they looked.
It shows a landing and a condenser location.
Yeah, and they looked less than 10.5 feet, and I just was wondering.
My understanding is landings aren't typically included as part of a setback calculation, and the condenser pad is a pad. Now, whether or not I don't know that we're ever counted a condenser as a setback, but that is going from 0 to 10.5. To the structure.
Well, it's certainly an improvement. I'm just not sure you really have 10.5. What is explain what the landing is? It's a structure, is it not?
I believe the landing is, let's see.
Attorney Clower, can you share the screen just so?
Sure. I'd be happy to. Looking at me trying to puzzle through this probably isn't that captivating. So.
Yeah, it even shows a retaining wall.
Mm-hmm. So if we look. Tim or Shana, can you elaborate on what that landing right there is?
That was if you want me to comment on, talked about that landing being a piece of stone or granite.
So it's essentially a patio.
Correct. It would be a landing that would be a piece of freestanding stone or granite. It wouldn't be something that would be part of the foundation plans.
Okay.
Ken, I just scaled it on our plan. It's about 7 feet off of the lot.
Right, but if it's, that's fine. If it's not part, it's not like built as part of the house, it's not a deck.
Yeah, it was always explained to us that it was kind of like a granite type slab step coming out of the house onto the natural grade.
That's correct.
Okay, so just for everybody's purposes, because we've been through this a couple times with the building department. So the setback is essentially to the closest point of the house. That being said, if you have a door and you are creating a landing for that door, regardless of the material that is made of, that is part of the house because it's a landing that's required. So you can have 4x4 because that's the minimum allowed by code, that you would not be an additional encroachment. So I'm not sure of the size of that landing. It's not dimensioned on that particular plan. So that would count as a closer point toward your setback unless the maximum size is 4x4. So
Yeah, and then what about the condenser location, Noreen?
Yeah.
It shows a retaining wall as well.
I mean, the retaining wall's there to, because that's on a slope on the side of the house, Mr. Foreman. So the retaining wall's there, just more of like a landscape type retaining wall, stone type retaining wall to hold the grade back. So when the condenser is put in that area, it would be on like a flat gravel or concrete pad type surface.
Yeah.
How high is the retaining wall?
I mean, I assume it's probably about 2 feet max. I'm looking at the grades on that plan there. I would assume it wouldn't be more than 2 feet.
Well, I would just venture to say that your side yard setback is not 10.5 feet. It's less than that.
Yeah, I think you really want to be identifying the actual closest points as opposed to saying, well, this is the closest corner of the house.
Well, and we can add those to the plan. That's not a problem. It just becomes whether or not the granite stone step or the concrete pad for the condenser unit is actually considered a structure. And I'm not going to get into an argument about that. I got no problem adding it to the plan, and I'm sure Attorney Clower has no issues with that whatsoever. So we can add those dimensions.
Well, I think it is considered structure.
And if the board considers it a structure and the building inspector considers it a structure, then it's a structure. So we'll adjust accordingly. I mean,
right.
Either way,
it's certainly an improvement. I'm not saying it's not an improvement.
Correct.
I'm just saying you have not achieved conformity in terms of the side yard.
Yeah, I agree. I understand what you're saying.
Thank you, Ken. Anyone else? All right, we'll turn it over to public comment. If there's any questions, comments, or concerns regarding this project, go ahead and click the raised hand button on the Zoom feature, and we will elevate you in a moment. All right, I am not seeing anyone for public comment. Back to the board. Any follow-up questions from the board?
Could somebody remind me what's the increase in square footage of this dwelling?
Approximately 51 square feet.
And that's
in footprint.
In footprint, not in height. And
the increase in gross floor area is About 1,800 square feet.
1,800.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Scott. Anyone else? All right, not seeing anyone. So I think based upon the issues with the side setback, I think we're looking for a continuation.
So just so I'm clear, we'll take a look and get dimensions on that. Noreen, my understanding is that if it is 4x4 or less, it does not count as a setback. If it's more than that, it would. Is that?
Yes, that's my understanding. If you have just a landing with no steps.
Okay. And then I will look into putting something in writing as to an opinion on Megansett Avenue.
Very good. Anything else from the board for the next hearing?
No, just put in the missing measurements so we have those.
Very good. Noreen, I'll defer to you. When's the next best date?
I think this should be pretty quick. I guess we could add this into February 4.
So what else is on February 4, just so we know what else we're dealing with?
So you have Acapesket, but that should be for a vote. You're going to have 140B, and then you've got 3 cases, and you've got an insubstantial change too.
A new 40B?
No, one that you've already opened, 511 Brick Hill.
That's our second time on that one, right? That's the second?
Yeah.
Yep.
So that'll be a long one.
What's the next? I think when we're on the nights with the 40B on a second meeting, it's way too long.
Yeah.
2/11?
You could do February 11.
Try the 11 then.
All right. Would anyone like to make that motion?
Motion to continue to February 11th.
I'll second it.
Second.
All right. Motion to continue made by Bob, seconded by Scott. Roll call vote. Ed?
Ed Van Kuren, aye.
Bob?
Robert Dugan, aye.
Scott?
Scott Zelinski, aye.
Ken?
Ken Forman, aye.
And TJ Hurry, aye. Attorney Clower, thank you very much. We will see you back here February
Thank you.
11th.
We appreciate it, and we'll see you in a few weeks.
Thank you.
See you then. All right, glancing at the time again, and once again, I'm trying to be proactive about this sort of thing. I will make a motion to continue the board's business to 10:30 tonight.
Second.
All right, motion to continue to 10:30 made by myself, second by Ken. Ed?
Ed Van Kuren, aye.
Bob?
Robert Dugan, aye.
Scott?
Scott Zelinski, aye.
Mary?
Mary Berry, aye.
Ken?
Ken Forman, aye.
And TJ Hurry, aye. So the motion passes unanimously. Board will continue our business to 10:30. Moving on with the agenda, we have application 70-20 Morrison, 117 Jericho Path in Falmouth.
So being all persons, this is application number 70-20. Being all persons deemed affected by the Board of Appeals under Section 11 of Chapter 40A of the Mass General Laws, you are hereby notified that Richard M. and Jennifer M. Morrison of Newton, Mass. have applied to the Zoning Board of Appeals for a special permit pursuant to Sections 240-3C and 240-69E of the Code of Falmouth to remove existing deck, renovate existing attached garage, and construct an addition to the single-family dwelling on subject property known as 117 Jericho Path, Falmouth, Mass. From Amy Lowell with wastewater. This property is in the Little Pond Sewer Service Area and is connected to town sewer via a grinder pump, which is low pressure connection. Under the flow neutral bylaw, properties with existing sewer service areas are allowed up to 4 bedrooms by right. 4 bedrooms are proposed here, so there's no flow neutral bylaw hearing or variance required. If the sewer connection on the property needs to be changed for this work, then the owner's representative will need to apply for a new sewer connection modification permit at the Department of Public Works. Fire department has no issues with the project as drawn. Planning board, no comment. Conservation Commission approved the proposed work via an administrative review and submitted to ZBA via email 12/4/2020. Staff has no additional comments. Water Department, the water service should be inspected to verify a 1-inch service. If not, the service should be upgraded to a 1-inch line. Peter McConerty. Engineering. The application was reviewed to impacts to public rights of way and public utilities. Jericho Path is a public right of way in this area. No alterations are proposed to the right of way. Any changes within the right of way would require filing a permit with the engineering division. 2, any connections or alterations to public utilities would require permission from the appropriate town department. 3, the project must not direct any stormwater runoff to public property, abutters, or public rights of way. 4, we recommend the board add a condition that requires the addition of dry wells for stormwater infiltration measures for the new roof area at a minimum. 5, where this is a small lot, the work is close to the shared property line with the abutter to the east, and no driveway or street opening permit is required where engineering could include requirements. We recommend that erosion and sediment controls are included in any approval for the project to protect the abutting property and the town's downstream stormwater system. We recommend the following condition be included in any approval. Construction of this project shall follow the attached soil erosion and sediment control standard conditions document. References to the Department of Public Works Engineering Division shall be replaced with the Zoning Board of Appeals, who is the permitting authority for this project. And Health Department, he just commented that it's on town sewer, and we already received the referral from Amy along with wastewater.
Very good. All right, thank you, Bob. And the voting members on this are the regular voting members. And once again, we have Attorney Clower on behalf of the applicant.
Good evening again, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. For the record, my name is Kevin Clower. I'm an attorney here in Falmouth, and I represent Richard and Jennifer Morrison, the owners of 117 Jericho Path, as they are the applicants in this matter, and they are with us in the audience tonight. They are seeking permission to alter the existing non-conforming dwelling at this property. It's located in the northern portion of the Heights on a lot of just over 10,000 square feet in the residential C zoning district. It's presently a 3-bedroom single-family dwelling, which is non-conforming to front yard setback being 21.4 feet where 25 is required, to side yard setback to the west being 6.5 feet where 10 is required, and to lot coverage by structure being 22.7% where 20 is allowed by right and up to 25 by special permit. They are proposing to alter the existing dwelling and to add additional living space to both the first and second floor. Despite the addition, there's actually going to be, this will result in a decrease in the footprint by approximately 245 square feet, as they're eliminating a large deck at the rear of the structure. That deck presently extends into the flood zone, and it's the only portion of the house that does. So the removal of the deck actually removes the property from the FEMA flood zone. It's a pretty substantial benefit. The lot coverage by structure is reduced to 20.3%, well below the 25% allowed by special permit. There's no change to the non-conforming front yard or side yard setbacks. And though the number of bedrooms will increase, as noted in the referrals, that is on the Little Pond Sewer District, which allows for up to 4 bedrooms by right. Due to the existing nonconformities, this does require a special permit under 243C and 24069E. 243C allows for pre-existing non-conforming structures to be altered by special permit, provided that the board finds it's not substantially more detrimental than what exists. In this case, there's no new nonconformity created. There's no change to the nonconforming setbacks, and the nonconforming lot coverage by structure is reduced from 22.7% to 20.3%. And with the issuance of a special permit is effectively eliminated as a nonconformity. Relative to 240-69E, we've been through the board's requirements for consideration, but they are, size and height of structure in relation to the average size and height of structures in the neighborhood, the effects of shadow on properties, impacts on views and vistas from public ways, and the effect of nitrogen on the coastal embayments. Again, in this case, there's no impact to the views and vistas from the public ways. There's no change to the shadow, as the ridge height of the addition, being 20 feet 3/4 inch, is below the existing ridge height of 21 feet 6 inches. There's no effect of nitrogen on the coastal embayments as the system, as the property is on the sewer district. And as to size, we did look at the properties nearby, 38 properties within a 300-foot radius. And of those 38, 31 have a larger gross floor area, and 16 have a larger footprint. As proposed, this is still quite modest in terms of size for the neighborhood and very much in character with the neighborhood. This as proposed is a significant improvement for the applicants and their use of the property. It doesn't create any new dimensional nonconformities, will eliminate an existing nonconformity, and it meets the requirements of 243, 240-69E, and 242-16. For these reasons, I think the board can and should grant a special permit, and I'm happy to address any questions that you might have at this time.
All right, thank you, Attorney Clower. Turning to board questions. Ed, do you have anything?
Why is there 2 master bedrooms? Is that intentionally?
I think it's just a matter of, a means of you maximizing the space. It's certainly not intended as a separate living area.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Ed. Bob?
I just question, Kevin, did they revise the plans at all to show that demarcated limit of work or erosion controls that engineer asked for?
No, we did submit a revised site plan shortly after filing, but it was not to reflect the erosion control, but of course they would be happy to do so as part of the final process.
That's my only question.
All right, Scott.
Attorney Clower, the patio that's going in out back, is it going to be characteristic of the rendering that's drawn out here, or is it going to be a raised patio?
I'll look at this real quick. I believe, having been to the site, I believe that it is going to be characteristic as drawn on the plan. I don't believe there's any intent of raising it.
All right, so there's going to be 2 steps down from the sliding doors onto a patio.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Scott. Mary, anything?
I have no questions.
Thank you, Mary. Ken?
So I noticed in the revised floor plan, there's something they call a seating area next to the office. And I just wondered, is there a business being operated out of there, or what's that about? Or is it just that mislabeled it should be part of the dining room?
I think that is probably intended as part of the dining room. There's no business use being done here. It could be as much as, that's where the table's going.
Okay.
From
the zoning perspective. Yeah, from the zoning perspective, the only thing I cared about was whether there's any kind of home business.
No, it's not a waiting room.
Thank you.
All right. Turn it to public comment. If there's any questions, comments, or concerns regarding this project, go ahead and click the raised hand button on the Zoom app, and we will get to you shortly. All right, not seeing anything. Back to the board. How would the board like to proceed? Or is there any I should ask, are there any follow-up questions or additional questions? All right, seeing none. Have we heard everything that we need?
Motion to close.
Second it.
All right, motion to close made by Bob, seconded by Scott. Roll call vote. Ed?
Ed Van Kuren, aye.
Bob?
Robert Dugan, aye.
Scott?
Scott Zelinski, aye.
Ken?
Foreman, aye.
And TJ Hurry, aye. So the hearing is closed. How would the board like to proceed?
So motion to approve with conditions.
I'll second it.
All right, motion to approve with conditions made by Bob, seconded by Scott. Go ahead, Bob. You want to start us off with findings?
Yeah, so 240-3C, 240-69E, 240-216, not substantially more detrimental. It's non-conforming to front yard setback at 21.4, side yard 6.5, and lot coverage by structure, which is 22.7. They're going to remove the existing deck at the rear of the dwelling in order to do the addition. There's going to be no effect on the existing nonconformities, but the overall lot coverage by structure will be reduced by 2.4% because of that removal of the deck. Property is on town sewer. 4 bedrooms are allowed by right on the Little Pond Sewer Service Area, so no flow neutral bylaw is triggered. Current plan does not have demarcated limit of work or erosion sediment controls, but they will add that. They did submit a lot coverage worksheet and they're in the middle range. It does not need a driveway permit.
All right, anything else for findings?
Maybe just put in the findings, if they need to modify at all the sewer connection, they would have to get a permit through wastewater. And we should also put in the findings that the property in the sewer service area is on a grinder pump, which is low pressure system.
All right. How about conditions?
So per plans, but they need to revise the plan. So a revised plan to include demarcated limit of work and proposed erosion and sediment controls must be submitted to the board for review prior to the issuance of the building permit. Construction of the project shall follow the soil erosion and sediment control standard conditions, where references to the Department of Public Works Engineering Division will be replaced with Zoning Board of Appeals, who's the permitting authority. There'll be dry wells shown on plan or from at least the new roof area. Those are to be connected to roof leaders. There shall be inspections of the roof drainage system to be done while the dry wells are exposed with the stone around them, plus a final inspection to make sure all downspouts are there according to the plan. Limited to 4 bedrooms, which is the max allowed by right on the sewer.
All right, anything else for conditions?
If Kevin comes back before us again tonight, he's got to at least change his shirt. So it looks like somebody different.
Time for me to go home and have dinner.
It just add to the findings that the property is in the Little Pond Coastal Pond Overlay District.
Right.
And we should probably add it to the findings too, that they're actually removing the use of a garage. They're finishing this whole space off.
Very good. Anything else? All right, so the motion to approve with conditions was made by Bob and second.
Sorry? Excuse me, one more.
Take that back.
Yeah, one more condition. The water service needs to be inspected to verify it's a 1-inch service. And if not, the service will need to be upgraded to 1 inch.
Okay. All right, and if that was all, the motion to approve with conditions was made by Bob and seconded by Scott. We'll do a roll call vote. Ed,
Ed Van Kuren, aye.
Bob,
Robert Dugan, aye.
Scott,
Scott Zelinski, aye.
Ken,
Ken Forman, aye.
and TJ Hurry, aye. So the motion passes unanimously. Attorney Clower, thank you.
Thank you all very much. I appreciate your time on this late night, and I wish you Godspeed.
It was a marathon night. Hope you enjoy your dinner. All right. For our final new hearing for the night, we have application 71-20 Hazelton, 31 Tazina Road, or I'm sorry, Tazina Drive, and I'm sure someone.
Casino, but you're close.
Casino in Wacoit.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to recuse myself from this hearing.
Very good. Thank you, Scott. So the voting members will be the regular voting members and Mary, with Scott recusing himself.
So application number 71-20. A list of abutters is on file at the Office of the Board of Appeals, Town Hall, Falmouth, Mass. Being all persons deemed affected by the Board of Appeals under Section 11 of Chapter 48 of the Mass General Laws, you're hereby notified that Joseph W. Hazelton II of Wacoit, Mass. has applied to the Zoning Board of Appeals for a special permit pursuant to Sections 24023G1AB of the Code of Falmouth to construct an attached garage addition with living space above, exceeding 900 square feet in size on subject property known as 31 Tessina Drive, Wacoit, Mass. For referrals. Fire Department has no issues with the project as planned. Engineering. This application was reviewed for impacts to public rights of way and public utilities. Tessina Drive is a private right of way in this area. Any connections or alterations to public utilities would require permission from the appropriate town department. Project was not directing any stormwater runoff to public property, abutters, or public rights of way. We recommend the board add a condition that requires the addition of dry wells or other stormwater infiltration measure for the new roof area at a minimum. Where the proposed addition is close to the abutting property to the west and the existing catch basin in Tessina Drive, we recommend that erosion and sediment controls are included. For the project, we defer to the board if the plans be revised to include the sediment controls. We suggest the following condition. Construction of this project shall follow the town's soil erosion and sediment control standard conditions document, which can be found in the engineering division's page on the town's website. Department of Public Works Engineering Division shall be replaced with the Zoning Board of Appeals, who would be the permitting authority for this project. Planning, no comment. Concom, the conservation staff have no comments on the above referenced. The project appears to be more than 100 feet away from conservation jurisdiction. Water Department, the water service should be inspected and should be a 1-inch service. Health. Health has no issues with the project. The property septic system is suitable for 3 bedrooms. The proposed plan shows the following 3-bedroom total. The second floor media room shows a cased opening and is not a bedroom. The upper living space has no privacy as it is the means of accessing the newly created bedroom. And the office in the first floor is shown to have 2 cased openings proposed so that that room is not a bedroom. Assessors, no comment. I know it's in the file and I read it, it's in my notes, but there was something that needed to be added. There's a catch basin that's in the road and they're asking that a silt sack be put in, but because this is a private road, the engineering department really isn't the one that checks anymore. So if we come to conditions, we have to make sure it's the building department that checks the erosion sediment controls and that the silt sack is installed properly in the catch basin.
Very good.
And that is it.
All right. Thank you, Bob. And for the applicant, Justin, if you could please elevate Patrick Robbins. And I think since Joseph Hazelton is here as well, if you could elevate him just in case we have any questions for him. And Mr. Robbins, you're currently muted, so you'll just have to unmute yourself.
All right. How's that?
Perfect.
Okay.
And, go right ahead.
Mr. Hazelton asked me to just say that he's available if there's any questions, and the engineer Dave Martin is available too if there's any questions. I applied for this permit about April of last year, and then I was informed by building commissioner Rod Palmer that it needed a special permit because of the size of the structure. So this is where we're at now. So trying to get it approved so we can get a permit and get it built.
Understood. All right. You want to turn it to board questions then, Mr. Robbins?
Yeah, real quick, Mr. Chairman, just to let you know, there is one letter in support of the project. That's from neighbors, and it says, to all zoning board members of Falmouth, I'm writing to you today on behalf of Joey Hazelton and his home renovation plans. We are fully aware he is planning to renovate his house and of all the plans he has chosen. My husband and I are in full approval of this project as we believe this helps to increase the property value in our neighborhood and our home. If you need any further information, please feel free to contact. And that's a Rebecca Susel.
All right. Thank you, Bob. All right. So we'll turn it to board questions, I suppose. Ed, anything?
Oh, no questions. Look pretty straightforward.
Very good. Bob?
No, I have no questions.
Mary?
I have no questions.
All right. And Ken?
Nothing. Thanks.
All right. Mr. Robbins, I'll just ask you to confirm that the proposed addition will be 10.8 feet off of the sideline.
That's correct.
All right. That does it for me for questions. Any members of the public have any question, comments, or concerns regarding this project, go ahead and click the raised hand icon, and we'll get to you in a minute. All right, not seeing anyone for public comment, so back to the board. Any other follow-up questions? All right, seeing none.
Motion to close.
Motion to close made by
Second.
Bob. Second by Ed. Roll call vote. Ed?
Ed Van Kuren, aye.
Bob?
Robert Dugan, aye.
Mary?
Mary Berry, aye.
Ken?
And Foreman, aye.
And TJ Hurry, aye. So the hearing is closed. How would the board like to proceed?
So motion to approve with conditions.
Very good. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Motion approved with conditions made by Bob, seconded by Ken. Findings.
So 240-23 G1 A and B, 240-216, not more substantially detrimental. They're constructing an attached garage addition with living space above, which exceeds 900 square feet. Existing lot coverage is 5.71%, and the proposed is only 11.4. They've made revisions to the plan that the home will be is a three bedroom and will be remaining a 3-bedroom, so there's no need to upgrade the septic.
They meet required setbacks.
There was one letter of support submitted.
All right. Anything else for findings?
Did you catch that on the setbacks?
All right. Conditions?
Per plans, they'll need to do the erosion and sediment control standards. But in this case, because of the private road, Noreen, I don't know how you write it, but the building department is going to have to be the one that checks to make the silt sack at the catch basin is installed properly prior to construction, as well as the soil erosion standards. Dry wells for the new roof area at a minimum connected to roof leaders, inspections of the roof drain system to be done while the dry wells are exposed with the stone around them, plus a final inspection to make sure all downspouts are there according to the plan. Conditioned on remaining a 3-bedroom. Condition on the water service being inspected and upgraded if they need a 1-inch line. And on the sediment erosion and control standards, the ZBA has to replace where it says DPW.
All right. Anything else for either findings or conditions? Okay, so the motion to approve with conditions was made by Bob and seconded by Ken. We'll do a roll call vote. Ed?
Ed Van Kuren, aye.
Bob?
Robert Dugan, aye.
Mary?
Mary Berry, aye.
Ken?
Ken Forman, aye.
And TJ Hurry, aye. So the motion passes unanimously. Mr. Robbins, Mr. Hazelton, and Mr. Martin, thank you very much. It was a long night, so thank you for your patience and bearing with us.
Thank you all too. Have a good night.
Good one.
All right, bye.
All right, moving on to our open meeting items. We have voting the minutes from December 10th, 2020 and January 7th, 2021.
Tabling January.
Tabling January, I thought so.
Okay,
All
I
right.
make a motion to approve the minutes for the 10th of December.
Very good. Is there a second?
A second.
Second by Bob. Roll call vote. Ed?
Ed Van Kuren, aye.
Bob?
Robert Dugan, aye.
Scott?
Scott Zelinski, aye.
Mary?
Mary Berry, aye.
Ken?
Ken Forman, aye.
And TJ Hurry, aye. So the minutes from December 10th pass. January 7th is tabled. Board discussion? It's late.
Okay, I'll just mention 2 things. So we've requested a meeting with the building department, or wanted one with the building commissioner and the town manager, probably half a dozen times now at our meetings, but haven't set one up.
I will do that, I promise.
And then this is just a side note, but it's more of a question, I guess. I know that on the Davis Strait reset with the higher density, and I just had a question, and I don't know if Noreen can find out, but if that passes at the higher density, does that mean 40Bs in that area would be allowed by right and they wouldn't need a permitting process?
So I think the intent there is that they're essentially allowing an override of density for that specific area to encourage rental. So yeah, it would be essentially an overlay district where you're allowing that bonus.
So if you,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Bob, could you repeat what you said? I'm sorry, late.
Yes. So my question is in the proposed high density district on Davis Straits, if that passed, would that mean that 40Bs proposed in that area would be a matter of right and would not go before a zoning board for permitting?
Thank you.
Well,
Okay.
if they were a matter of right, they wouldn't be 40Bs. I mean, they
Correct.
don't, you know,
Right, so it's-
basically what you're asking is whether they could have higher density. Yes. They
Then
wouldn't.
they would have to fall under regular rules.
You're right.
They wouldn't be afforded, I wouldn't imagine they'd be afforded all what's granted to a 40B in with variances and all.
Right. They'd have to conform to whatever the regulations were in the overlay.
So I guess that's my question. Do the regulations in that proposed overlay district, would they meet everything that a 40B would be looking for?
Except for affordability, they wouldn't do it, would they?
Well, that's my question.
Then it wouldn't be a 40B, it would just be extreme density.
I think they're thinking.
I can chime in on this, actually. I know a little bit. So 40B obviously is named after the Mass General Laws 40B. The Davis Straits reset, or what they're proposing, is under 40R, which is a separate part of the general laws. So if you Google it on mass.gov, it tells you a lot. So it does, like Noreen said, it is basically an overlay district, and a component of it, which isn't brought up much in conversation, actually is an affordable aspect. And I forget if it mirrors the percentages exactly with 40B, but it's somewhere around 20 or 25%, allowing that increased density, that smart growth with the affordable component. So it sounds like it would be by right.
So when that's proposed, would the board look into it, whether to support it or not, or comments or questions?
That much I'm not sure. I mean, it sounds like it'd be by right, so I don't know if there'd be any sort of board oversight.
But it comes before town meeting.
That's what I mean.
Certainly would have a right to opine.
And there also would be hearings, I would think, on it, wouldn't there? The planning board would have public hearings on it?
Well, I think they already have. That was my question. I think the next step would probably be it would just go in front of town meeting. That's why I don't know enough about all the details of the project, but that was my question. If it was going to be going before town meeting for a vote, which I assume would probably be in the fall, not in the spring.
Chairman, 10:30.
I got 10:28, but we are coming up on 10:30.
I have a little bit.
Did you say it was 40R?
40R. There's
40R.
I'm looking it up as you speak.
There's
a whole
also, the
guidebook.
Baker just signed the new housing law he signed the new housing bill into law, and one of the components in there has to do with closeness to, and in our case, I think the only ones that we have that apply are a ferry terminal and a bus station. And within a mile, I believe it is, of those structures, there will be multifamily applicability for zoning. And there are also, as I understand it, and goodness knows I haven't been researching it, it ties to funding for some transportation that comes from the state. And this is something that they have in other states have already implemented, this kind of thing, where you basically are, if you don't start doing this, as I understand it, you don't get as much funding for your roads and things like that. So I'm sure as time goes on, there'll be more people explaining to us the intricacies of it, but this is multifamily zoning.
Noreen, I'll pass along some of the links I have about 40R that we can send
There's
out
a
to the
whole
rest of the board.
guidebook of design standards that the state has.
Right, and they're typically proposed around transportation centers, train stations, bus stations, things like that. So it's interesting.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say we are at 10:30, just pointing that out.
Yeah, I just
Go
want to
ahead,
ask
Scott.
one quick question. In the event that we do get to meet with the town manager and or the building commissioner, what kind of form will that take?
Would be a Zoom meeting.
Would it be a public meeting?
Yes.
Okay. That's all I got. Thanks.
All right. Anything else for board discussion?
Motion to adjourn.
We're getting there. Board updates, future agenda items, nothing. All right. We will see everyone February 4th, right here at Zoom Town Hall. Meeting adjourned. Thanks, everyone.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Good night.